Don't let life get me down. Gonna take it the way that I found it. I got the bad game music in me. Hello, Charky. Hello, Johnny.
Hello.
Hello, Cassidy.
Welcome, one and all. Welcome to the Bad Game Hall of Fame. Welcome to the Bad Game Music Hall of Fame. Listen along. This is the show in which we listen to bad game music. Listen along, even. This one's been a long time coming. Folk on the YouTube front may know of a playlist on YouTube that we have dubbed the Bad Game Music Hall of Fame, representing some of the most popular videos over on our YouTube channel, predating the streaming thing, and garnering hundreds of thousands of views across some of those videos. The playlist itself has like 200,000 views. And it's sort of been an albatross around our neck. It's been beneficial to have it on the channel. It fits with the theming, the Bad Game Hall of Fame, this enterprise that we present and produce. It's a good way to funnel people potentially towards the streams and the other stuff we put out, so it's been helpful in that sense. On the other hand, it is a magnet for some of the lamest, least funny comments of all time across the many videos on that playlist, all 48 videos on that playlist. And we get those comments every damn day. So it sort of inundates me every time I go to check our YouTube analytics. Yeah, welcome to our YouTube viewers watching this. And I'm putting this at the top of the playlist too, so that people who go to check that playlist will now be introduced to us in the show we do, the show we put on our faces.
To them.
So,
by the way, I want to say Pro Striker in chat says, let's hope there's some bangers and not bad music. Even bad games have good music. I'm afraid you don't know what bad is the modifier for in this stream title.
In this particular, in this particular arrangement. Speaking of arrangements, we're going to listen to every song in that playlist. That is the gimmick tonight. We're going to go through all 48 banger tracks on the Bad Game Music Hall of Fame playlist and react to them, reevaluate them, determine whether or not they fit on the list, whether I was in the right or wrong, because some of them are up for contention, some of them are up for debate, some of them, Sonic ones, are magnets for people who will defend to the death their right to listen to people banging pots and pans together and calling it music. God bless them. And if you're one of those folk, then, feel free to watch along, listen to us, provide some of our reasoning, some of the logic behind the decisions that I made when I was putting that list together, when I was doing the uploads regularly, and maybe, just maybe, keep that mind of yours open along with your ears. But before we get to the listen along, before we get to the music, we of course have to get to Chucky Stream Snack.
Music to my ears.
Right. Tonight's stream snack is a pepperoni and bacon pizza from Domino's. I had a rewards thing that's been sitting there for like months, so went ahead and got that. And our drink is Alani New Pink Slush. So pizza and pink. That's our stream snack. What are you having though, Cass?
Monster Energy. As per usual. I thought about breaking the vodka back out tonight, but I want to keep my wits about me tonight.
Yeah.
Gotta make sure my music criticisms are on point.
And then, Johnny, what'd you bring?
Yeah. Because this is the thinking person stream, we're going to wax poetics, talk philosophy of music. I was considering cigars and whiskey, but I don't smoke, and drinking's mixing with payment's not great, so I just have my mocha as usual. And I do have a little treat. I have a little chocolate-covered biscuit. That's not the American gravy biscuit. That's a...
Yes, a digestive
cookie.
Biscuit.
No, not even. No, this is like a little bar. What I'm probably going to do, the cool technique where you bite a little bit off each ends and you use it as a straw.
Oh, yeah, okay, those bits. Okay, I got you. I know what you're talking about now.
Yeah. It's like those, but a bit wider. It's a thick boy.
Well, very good.
And that's what I've got.
And, you know, take
I
it from
think
me.
that will-
Mixing pain pills and alcohol, totally fine, totally good. Did that throughout college, and I turned out
no,
fine.
Folks at home.
Folks at home,
Don't do
go
that.
play Indigo Prophecy. If you do that, you'll get a game over.
Well, that's my story. I listened to the advice of a streamer, and it went badly for me.
We do not offer medical advice here. I would suggest don't mix your painkillers with your alcohol, and that will do it for the stream snack
Very good.
and health corner.
Yeah, as it is sometimes called for. Without further ado, let's go ahead and cut to that main stage. And you know what? I want to see us on stream today. I want to see us reacting and lighting up and such. I want to see your faces light up with joy at the musical arrangements on offer. Before we get to the music too, just a quick look at the playlist, just to see what we're working with here. And I guess I'll hide us just temporarily here, just for a bit of context here. This is the Bad Game Music Hall of Fame playlist. This top entry, the Double Dribble National Anthem. We're going to go through this playlist in the chronological order in which it is presented here, which I mean release, upload dates, chronological order, not chronological order of the games that comprise this list. That would have been work. I would have had to have consulted data, consolidated even. But I think the two most popular entries on this list, the ones that seem to get the most traction, are, of course, the Double Dribble National Anthem. And if I scroll down and down and down and down, Sonic Eraser, 460,000 views. That's a lot of views!
Yeah.
And then there are some that have like 4.8 thousand views, which is, you know, still a lot by some metric. And you know, some of these are more contentious than others. Some of them, even if they don't have view counts in the hundreds of thousands, still inspire, let's call it debate amongst viewers and commenters. But, you know, ultimately, in retrospect, in hindsight, this list having last been updated 5 years ago, and to never be updated again, by the way, I am done uploading bad game music to the Bad Game Hall of Fame YouTube channel, because we can't monetize it. I can't monetize other people's music unless I come up with a clever workaround like a stream like this. But, you know, looking back on this thing, I am glad I put it together. I am glad that it has inspired content, that people have, before us, reacted to this list, reacted to entries on it, shared this music amongst each other. That Sonic Eraser music in particular became something of a TikTok trend at a certain point. And since the first, it always linked back to our video, so it's still a funnel for people towards the YouTube channel. So I just think it's neat. I think it's novel. Again, I've strongly considered disabling comments just because I find some of them absolutely insufferable.
Nah, that helps us. Comments at the end of the day help us.
And yeah, you're not wrong, but you know, at the same time, some of the comments, let's say they're less savory than others. If I had a nickel for every time someone has used the old term ear blank, I'd be rich. I'd be rich off of these videos, but alas, I am not. And so we must instead react to them. And as I mentioned, we're going to start from the top of the playlist, which means that we get to start this stream off right with our national anthem. Protocol for this, by the way, is, well, we're probably going to talk over some of the music. We'll save more of our thoughts after we've heard the songs, come up with determinations as to whether they fit the bill or not. But, you know, feel free to react, you two. Yeah. I'm not going to tell you to stifle laughter or what have you.
Let me ask, how are we ranking these in a certain way? Not ranking, but are we rating these in a certain way? Scale of 1 to 5 / not actually bad?
No, I mean, let's just do thumbs up, thumbs down to whether or not it belongs on the list, whether I'm right or wrong to have included it. Yeah. Whether it is an earworm or a pointy stick through the ear, as I believe many of these songs to be.
Yeah.
So
Now, just before we get into this, just for the benefit of the audience, what is everyone's here's familiarity with
music.
music? Yes.
I've listened to a couple
listened to
songs.
some.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard of music.
I've heard of it. Yeah. I haven't. I'd love to hear it one of these days. I've heard of
My
it.
current my current just random ass playlist for driving is 226 hours.
That's a lot of music.
That's a lot of driving.
Well, time to stand. Hands on your chest. I'm swelling with patriotism right now. Slime in chat says, composer unknown. Didn't George Washington make this song, you dummies? You're right. I'm sorry. Nail that note. Oh god, they're
Bravo.
dying. They're really dying out there.
It's, like, interesting to set the crowd on fire at the end of the song.
It's a bold, creative choice.
Well, I mean, Hatsune Miku's come a long way.
Yeah.
The algorithm has been much improved since 1986. So,
You know what? I'll start with something that I appreciate. Something that I hate about the national anthem in general when it's performed is that so many artists feel the need to really linger on that note on free. They feel the need to embellish it, like they keep doing that over and over again. This one, short, to the point. That gives the song some respect. You know, this song is respectful of the national anthem. That's what I would say.
Yeah, it's one of the things where parts of it I can't tell if the technical limits are the fault or just the vocalist are the fault. Bit of column A, bit of column B. Like, what was this, 86?
yes, that is
Or
correct.
89?
You know, the thing about this is, the point I will give it is that for 86, this level of synthesized speech that they use to pull off the quote-unquote singing is technically impressive. I mean, not a lot of games are doing this, and maybe you understand why after hearing this. Maybe you begin to understand why not a lot of people were doing this.
Question: this was the arcade version, right?
Yes.
So whenever you started a game of Double Dribble in the arcade, did you have to stand there for a minute to listen to the entire national anthem before you could play?
I believe it was skippable, which is very disrespectful.
Okay.
Then Uncle Sam would come out of the monitor and slap you upside the head.
I would like to see someone at a sports game when they start like, oh, say, and then someone stands up and goes, skip!
Start button! So, have we all said what we need to say about it? Do you
I think
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
except we got to give our rating, right?
Yeah,
Thumb up,
so
thumb down?
does this belong on the Bad Game Music Hall of Fame playlist?
I would still say yes.
Oh, yeah.
Because it is kind of a gauntlet to listen to.
Yeah, this is like quintessential, I think, of just failure to do music.
Impressive for the time, sure. Challenging music, though.
A challenging, I like that word for it. Yeah, I think I was right. I think I was correct with this one. Not a lot of contention on this one. I think most folk agree that this is belonging on the list. So I'm glad to reconfirm that to myself, to the audience, to the listeners out there. But maybe we'll feel a different way about the next entry on our list, which is the flying theme from 1942 on the NES. So just imagine this, never ending.
That Micronic's quality.
No, they were masters of sprite flickering and masters of music.
We're sure this is not like a ROM corruption audio.
No, this is the song.
No, if you listen to the arcade version of this, it's definitely going for what the arcade version sounded like, which was this like military snare and sort of Morse sort of sound to it.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is trying to do Morse code. It doesn't translate to anything. There's no actual hidden message in here, but it is meant to
help.
resemble.
Yeah.
SOS.
Not SOS. Just
Save our
no,
song.
not
Save our
SOS,
song. Oh,
Just help. Oh, no, not yet. Not yet.
nope. I wish I could
Okay,
disable
that's-
autoplay on playlists, but
Yeah,
alas.
Okay, yeah. No need to try and emulate the arcade. That explains it a bit, because my initial reaction was just, this sounds like someone like was converting the audio and did it wrong. Where like they somehow swapped the noise and the like sign channels.
It's very intentional. It's very much intentional.
Yes, and it only uses 2 out of the 5 available sound channels on the Nintendo Entertainment System, as I note in the description of the video. So they could have done more potentially. I don't know if it's a situation where, more sound channels would have potentially like ate into some sort of like RAM budget or whatever. I don't think the NES actually worked like that.
No. So it's
I think
typically
Micronic's
it's
games
the
are like.
other. Well,
I think Micronic's
know
games
this.
are kind of built on like a wing and a prayer to begin with.
Yeah.
Like they bear I feel like the cart could like probably fall apart in your hands if you held it the wrong way.
Okay, so I've done a little bit of family tracker composing in the past, and the way games worked on this system was that the sound channels you had for everything. So it's very common that when you're playing those games and you do, like you're playing Mario, you jump or you pick up coins, you'll hear certain tracks in the music cut out.
Yes.
A lot of time, like harmonies, like if a song has harmonies in it, you'll hear like the highs go out. So potentially, maybe this game was like, oh, we really need to use like there's like, I don't know the exact names for it, but there's 2 main synths. There's like the bass triangle one that does a lot of like the low like sounds. There's the like noise one, which is what's doing the snares, and then there's like a sample channel, which is like Konami would use for like their drums and stuff like Contra, things like that. So like maybe they thought, oh, we need the 2 synth channels to do all the shots, but most games would just use 1. So
If I recall
it's not-
correctly, this is a game
not a
where
technical limit, yeah.
the sounds of planes flying and bullets shooting do override one of the 2 sound channels used in
Oh
this
yeah,
song.
yeah.
Correct.
That's just incompetence then, straight up.
Speaking of incompetence, this song as a whole, does it hang in the air on this playlist?
Yeah, that's just
God,
unpleasant. Yeah, that's just
Yeah,
unpleasant.
that's like I can't imagine like working on this. I can't imagine like Jim Micronics like
It was
working on
even
this,
the-
listening
Well,
to it back
Yako
and,
Mori
and not.
Is the
Yeah.
original composer, I believe.
Thank you.
Because even the intro part,
Yako Micronics, I can't imagine him listening to this back and not like wincing all like, oh,
Yeah.
well, it'll work.
yeah, it's almost like the high pitched sound you use to hurt young people when they can still hear the frequencies.
The
but even
mosquito tone.
Yeah, even the intro part, like to me, felt like it was going out of time already. Like before we got the main like beep snare drum part. That's why I thought it was just broken. It just sounded like someone had messed up. I do want to listen to that arcade version though on my own and see.
It's
if,
not
like,
much
that's
better.
listenable.
It is better, but it's not much
Yeah.
better, if you ask
But
me.
yeah, probably should have tried to just make a new song at some point.
Yeah, I'd say this deserves to be on the list. It hurts.
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah, literally painful in my personal estimation and opinion, and that definitely
Yeah.
qualifies it for this list. This next one, which we saw a little bit of because of wonderful autoplay on YouTube, is Taz-Mania on the Sega Game Gear. It is the theme for the
hang on.
first level entitled The Badlands.
yeah. Click the gear icon. I don't remember if you can turn.
Nope, not in a playlist.
You used to be able to. That's messed up.
And you can no longer. How about that? Well, let's move along. And this one, I think, is the first one I thought of when I was putting together, when I was coming up with the idea for doing the Bad Game Music Hall of Fame. I think it may have been in part inspired by randomly playing this game, hearing this song, and being like, what fresh hell is this? So let's listen together now.
Hate it.
Taz himself, the Tasmanian devil himself, wrote this song by doing Whirlwind on a keyboard.
Oh yeah, jeez.
Put the cat on the piano core music.
Yeah.
Slime
Which is
generator.
weird, 'cause... Good.
Slime generator in chat saying, I say, boy, put on that sissy hypno.
Yeah, it's just... Yeah, it sounds like someone trying to play on keyboard, which is bizarre for systems where you would have been programming the music. So... Like, I don't know how you would mess it up this bad.
I got a lot to say about this one.
Oh, like what?
First of all, it deserves to be on the list. Like, just not even gonna be on the bush. I had this game as a kid. This was one of my Game Gear games. So I'm already getting some like bad flashbacks to this because this game is hard. Say something nice. No, this game is hard as hell. Like from the jump, especially if you're a small kid, you don't know what you're doing. So I heard this song so many times because like I would like fuck up this level, and then if I ever got to another level, I'd fuck up that level and have to go back to this level and hear this song again. This is like straight up like Crazy Taxi tier for me.
Crazy Bus?
Not crazy taxi. Crazy Bus. Thank you. It's burning my brain.
People who hate The Offspring saying, no, the Crazy Taxi soundtrack, one of the worst soundtracks in gaming.
Yeah. Yeah, this is near like Crazy Bus levels of something went wrong. Well, kind of sounding, but no.
As the world's preeminent expert on Crazy Bus, look it up, folks. badgamehallofame.com/crazy-bus. I can tell you that game literally has a random note generator. Like, the reason why Crazy Bus's music is the way it is because it takes a value out of RAM and it uses that to generate all the notes. So it is literally just random notes at a certain point. And that's honestly, if this game wasn't so consistent, if it wasn't the same song every time you booted it up, I would just assume this is random note music.
Yeah, it's not far off. Like, reminds me of Algo Music, that program that does like the early one that did the generation. I see Codeman38 saying the theory is that they badly converted the source music sequences from the Genesis version, which, who knows if that's true, but it's believable because that is what it sounds like. The closest to say something nice is maybe it kind of matches the energy of Taz, like that chaoticness, but not in a good way. And yeah, like I've not played this, but hearing Sharky's story, I could see this driving you to Taz-Mania.
Up the wall.
It's chaotic, but almost like lethargic in a way. In the way that it just sort of meanders and rambles about that. I mean, yeah, sure, it's dizzying, but like it also just feels like, again, I said cat on a keyboard, but it also feels like the soundtrack of getting like just drunker than you've ever gotten in your life and trying to cross the street during rush hour.
Yeah.
I should also mention, just as a editor's note and a point of trivia, is that the gameplay in all of these videos was my own recorded gameplay. I did play each of these games that we put music up.
Just standing there?
Yeah, that was me just standing there, because I wanted to show off that if you stand at the top of the level, eventually the mouse gets tired of waiting and just rolls the boulder on you anyway. But, you know, in the process of, like, you know, making these videos, I played all of these games to some extent. And yeah, Taz-Mania, not a good game on the Game Gear. Brutally difficult. And not particularly good, even not particularly rewarding, even if you do master it. and the soundtrack does not compel you to stick around and master it. Let's just say that much.
By the way, I think you're also always losing health when you play too, and the levels are like structured in such a way that you need to be picking up every health that you see, or you will die.
I don't
If I
recall
remember
that
correctly.
offhand, but you might be right. I mean, I don't think the health bar drains from standing still in the course of the video here.
Oh no, you know what it is? It drains when you use your abilities, and you have to use your abilities.
Oh, one of
Oh,
those
Lord.
fucking games like
Yeah.
Wolverine taking his claws out in the X-Men games and draining health for using it.
Yeah, if you if you spin as Taz, then you lose health.
Yeah. See, I watched, I don't know the name of it, if it was Taz-Mania, but like the weird, like, semi-sitcom show he had.
That's
Where
my
there was like a whole
Taz.
family. Yeah, I don't remember
No, I
that
think
being a
I
plot
think
point.
that was Taz-Mania.
That was
Mhm.
That
Taz-Mania,
was
yeah. It's been a while.
Bing Crosby is the dad. Anyway, so yeah, deserves to be on the list, surely.
Yeah, I would agree with myself and you. And say this one, in addition to inspiring the list, certainly belongs on the list. And so we move along to our next game and to our next song, which is the title screen to The Adventures of Rad Gravity on the NES. Let's take a listen. So,
It sounds like if someone made a song that was entirely samples of Woody Woodpecker.
Zazman says one of the arpeggios of all time. Thank you, David Warhol, for this one, by the way, who is a notable video game composer. In fact, I'll have a little bit to say about him.
What instrument do you play? Oh, I play the rubbing two balloons together.
Takes years to master.
You know what?
So is this your gameplay?
Yeah.
So I want to say, before we say anything, that the description to this video, I include a little bit of a bio here. It reads, believe it or not, composer David Warhol was considered something of a technical whiz when it came to video game music. He's notable for developing programs that would do the work of converting MIDI files into formats suitable for a range of console sound chips, including the NES, SNES, Game Boy, Game Gear, and Genesis. As such, the music for Rad Gravity was originally composed in MIDI outside of the standard NES-M NSF toolkit before undergoing the conversion process. It perhaps goes to show that brilliance in audio engineering does not always translate to brilliant music. Much of Warhol's music is much better, though, I say.
So I want to point out something that Slime says in the chat, which is, we're getting to territory where I'll see YouTube comments from dudes who listen to too much prog metal start saying shit like, this is actually very genius. Amazing use of microtonal scales. Okay, I will say, if the lead melody instrument was not nails on chalkboard, was not rubber being stretched against rubber, it could have been better. Like the basic melody
It's
and
fine,
the progression is fine, but the choice of tone, the choice of noise for that lead is not a sound one.
Is diabolical, downright.
Yeah. So, I kind of fuck with this one. You're 100% right, and I think, yeah, you could just slightly modify this and change the specific, I again, I don't remember the terms from Family Tracker, but, you could modify, like, what the main sim sounded like, and that would fix it. But I don't know how it fits the tone of the game, but it does have a bit of a, like, Devo Poly6 style to it.
It is
that I
somewhat
can appre-
farcical, the game. Like, a lot of this game
Yeah.
is spent upside down. A lot of this has to do with adjusting gravity, so entire stages where you're walking on the ceiling. So, I mean, it is, like, sort of meant to be, like,
Yeah.
sort of, like, tongue-in-cheekish, I guess. But
But yeah, I don't think I can claim that the execution works here. but there was something about it where I was like, this is bad in a way I like. Like I'm gaining pleasure out of this, but I still think it's appropriate for the playlist.
I think it's appropriate, but I think that there is a good song hiding
Oh yeah,
underneath what we're listening
Maybe
to.
the original
I was
MIDI version was
I was
fire.
bopping I was bopping to it a little bit. Oh man.
Like, I don't fully hate this one, but it is like riding that line where it is like somewhat painful because of some of the instrumentation choices. That's a lot of the songs on this playlist are like sound melodies, but the sound of like one instrument in particular like is grating to me. And I think this one is definitely a case of that. Even if it's like somewhat deliberate, I do believe like every choice made in this song was conscientious. I don't believe there's any conversion error. I believe this was like tweaked after it was converted from MIDI to NSF or whatever. I think it was converted to the end to which it is presented here. I just disagree with one particular choice they made in the process
Yeah,
of
yeah.
that. But yeah,
Yeah, no, totally fair.
I think it belongs on the list. I stand by this on the list. And we move on to another NES game. This time, it is another title screen as well. It is the title screen to Tagin Dragon on the NES.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah, this cover.
A classic of bootleg, a classic of unlicensed games on the NES by way of Sachen.
You ever heard a question mark used as an instrument?
I think we're hearing it for the first time right now. I am Headful saying covers giving me Killer Fox vibes. It's a joke for me.
It's just bizarre.
Yeah, yeah.
But
well
I'm
and
not sure.
truly.
I'm not sure if bad is the word I'd use for it, but strange, yes. I also had this game on some collection. It was like one of those 6-in-1 cards, and I can't remember which one it was specifically. But I have had this game at one point in time.
It probably came by way of Tin Chen Enterprise, which is, the other name for Sachen. They had a bunch of names, including bunch games. A bunch of names, a bunch of games. The description to this one reads, the notation I saw fit to provide reads, Thin Shen Enterprise were responsible for a number of bootleg games in the late 1980s through the early 2000s and operated under a number of different names. Their publishing partner in the States was none other than Color Dreams, producers of the infamous Bible Games series, who published their games under the Bunch Games label. By their powers combined, Colorful Dragon became Tagin Dragon, and the States were graced with this wonderful title screen music. Should also mention, as was mentioned in chat, that Roland Chang was no less than the founder of Hummer Team, infamous peddlers of unlicensed schlock. So a rich history of bootlegging, programming, music. Is there anything this man can do? As they say. But
Okay. I think this is the first one where I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's good. I don't think it's bad. It's just very confusing. And I think that
Yeah.
confusion comes through with that constant use of like, huh? As like I don't know what would you call that. That's like a series of notes to like that uptick that sounds like you're asking a question.
Yeah. It's like they're all pitch bended.
Yeah,
You
pitch
know.
bending. Thank you.
Yeah. I was part of me was trying to figure out if there was a specific sound they're trying to emulate. Like, oh, did someone think this kind of sounded like a steel string guitar where you have that metal thing you put on your finger and you slide with that? If that's what they were going for, but I can't imagine that fits the theme of Tagging Dragon here. But yeah, like I wouldn't call it good, and it is such a minor mistake of just I guess someone thought this bend-in sound was cool. It makes me think of the Zelda 2 soundtrack where like every sound font in that has the like vibrato like effect on like all the instruments. And
I'm
I
trying
guess
to
like a
imagine the
developer
Zelda.
had just figured that out and
I'm trying
were
to
like,
imagine the
oh,
Zelda 2 soundtrack now, where everything is done with that pitch bend question mark thing.
yeah.
Da 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 da.
But yeah, it reminds me of that because when I hear that soundtrack, I always imagine I don't know if it was Koji Kondo or someone else, but like they had just discovered how to do that on the Famicom for the first time. So it's just like, oh, I'm just gonna put everything to go like that. Yeah, but yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about this one. It's the least bad so far.
It's
But
most
I
listenable.
yes, yeah.
I would say not bad, but not good. Just confusing.
Confounding, even.
Confounding. By the way, for folks watching, if we end up saying that a game in here, it's maybe not a bad game music, that doesn't mean we're gonna take it off the YouTube channel. It
No,
stays-
of course.
Oh,
no,
no,
no. We're editing the playlist in real time. I'm deleting these videos forever
No.
after we.
I do think there's definitely something that needs to be highlighted and put in front of people as well, though, just because it is so confusing.
Yeah, I think it belongs on the list. I stand by my choice here, even if it's going for something sort of farcical, like in the same way that Rad Gravity was. Even if it's meant to be like lighthearted, in jest, one might say. If it's meant to give a sort of like a bubbly, kind of comedic tone to the game, which I don't even think carries through into the gameplay. I think the gameplay is like Snake, if I recall
Yeah,
correctly. It's,
you eat the tail of the dragon, you chase it.
yeah. Even still, I find it obnoxious at best, personally. So I couldn't listen to it for more than, a loop or two before I'm like, all right, get this shit off the screen. Let's get into the fucking game. Let's get this going. Some games you hang around on the title screen because you want that song to get you sort of in the mood to play. You want that music to sort of set the tone, set the mood for the play session. And for better or for worse, this one does for Tagin Dragon. And when I say for better or for worse, I mean for worse, in my mind. But some debate, some contention here, I see. And that's fair. That's okay. You're allowed to be wrong. Let's move on to the next game. The next game song. This will be from the Space Harrier 2 soundtrack on the Sega Genesis. This is the theme of the boss known as Trimuller, Trimuller Bells. Don't ask me. It's a made-up word, so I don't think there's one right pronunciation of it, if we're being honest here. This one is up for some contention. Some people are mad about this one being on the playlist. This is the first of the ones that I think has some amount of disagreement in the comments. I think mostly coming from people who are just Space Harrier sickos. But we'll listen, and you'll be the judge. It just sounds so flat.
Yeah, that is the word.
Yeah, I had to double check this was Genesis because I was like, I'm sure the sound chip does not sound like this. Oh, dear.
Don't worry, there's a second loop. I made sure all these had at least one loop.
For a bit, I was just gonna say the arrangement's fine. It's just the pick a synth, but then that rapid part comes up.
Okay, wait for this part to come up. Let's hear this one uninterrupted.
Yeah, that one makes me uncomfortable for some reason. I like wince.
It almost sounds like this is the second time I've said something similar, but I'm talking about something different. It sounds like one of those cat keyboards. Not what I said earlier, you put a cat on a keyboard. I mean those keyboards with a cat face on it, and you hit it, goes meow, meow, meow,
Oh,
meow.
yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, flat is the word, I think. Like I was started off by kind of messing with it. I was like, okay, all right, this is fine.
Let them
and
cook.
then like the more it went on, it was like, oh, this is like the lead melody isn't working because
Yeah.
again, instrumentation. I think. Oh, it's not even with the instrumentation. I think it almost sounds like the. I don't want to say it's in the wrong key, but something is just so flat about it
Yeah,
that it
yeah.
doesn't sound like it's.
I
Correct isn't the word I'm looking for because I'm sure it was intentionally like that, but done poorly, maybe.
yeah, I think you could for parts of this song rearrange it to make it sound good, but I don't know what's going on where the synth gets really rapid. It's weird because I'm not normally like this with music, but just something about the way that sounds was like physical reaction in me. I
Yeah.
was in my I
Well, it's music
gripped
that makes you
the
feel. So
yeah, I
mission
gripped the
accomplished.
sides of my chair harder there. It
So
was like, "Ugh."
uh, chat says Pepperly in chat says the only problem with this song is the tuning. Probably could be tweaked. Yeah, it does. It yeah, the tuning sounds wrong. I'm not great with music
It could be in a complete
words,
different key. I think it
but
needs a completely different instrument in a completely different key.
Yeah.
uh, also Zaz
Just weak
says
sounding drums as well.
Zaz says in chat says this sounds like a dead Casio or a depressed Yamaha DX7.
Yeah.
Well, I might want to provide a little bit of context here before we go slandering the song too much. I should mention that its composer, one Tokuhiko Bo Uwabo, who was no slouch. He was a member of Sega's sound member team. He has a music-related role in well over 30 games as part of Sega. He was entrusted as sound director on such games as Michael Jackson's Moonwalker and Sonic the Hedgehog 3, demonstrating the company's faith in him to produce memorable music. The soundtrack for Space Harrier 2 is largely quality stuff, but this song, which plays during the first boss battle against Trimuller, is a curious one. Anyway, here's a picture of Bo wearing a goofy mask. And there it is on screen.
Hell yeah.
So there he is. That's the man, the myth, the legend. The man responsible for what we heard just now.
Yeah, maybe this was like the last track and he was just I've got a hard
I gotta
deadline.
get home.
This is what I wrote. Just ship it. Yeah. You know, that makes me uncomfortable, not in like the high pitch, like unlistenable way, but in another way where it's like
Morally.
physically unpleasant to listen to for me. So very deserving.
So
I think it belongs on there. Yeah, something is screwy here. Something was went awry in the planning of this.
yeah, I would concur. I would third that this song is very goofy, unpleasant at times, atonal. One would go as far as to say, and it's strange because the rest of the soundtrack to Space Harrier 2 is not bad. In fact, some of the songs are quite memorable. I think folk generally like the soundtracks to these Space Harrier games. But this one always struck me as a flat note, if you will. But there are people in the comments to this one who are just like, no, the entire soundtrack's a banger. This is a banger. And I can't agree. I just can't agree with them. I think this song is an outlier, and it should not be counted towards that total. Now, this next song, this is one of the big ones. This is a legendary one. This is, of course, the Mansion Basement theme from Resident Evil Director's Cut DualShock version on the PS1.
Make sure you get some headphones out for this one, chat.
And we will get into the story of its composer after we listen to the song because it is one of the most fascinating sagas. People have long wondered why that soundtrack sounds the way it does in Resident Evil Director's Cut DualShock version, and there is a story behind it. But first, let us listen to the product. Let us listen to what is the sound, the song that has come to represent that soundtrack. Oh yeah, that's that fire. You see, I'm showing off some of the wonderful zombie AI in Resident Evil in this video as well.
Yeah, zombie brains, they don't work so good anymore. Poor guys.
He's getting out of here.
Ah, it's still so good.
It's
This
perfect.
This is one that always puts a smile on my face.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like, it's as someone who thinks a lot about comedy and a lot about like timing and like crafting and that kind of stuff. Maybe it doesn't come across in my own humor, but I think about it a lot. I think the opening part of this song is like comedic genius in terms of timing. If you would indulge me, just give me the first 5 seconds of the song again.
You're about to get them in a second.
Yeah. Oh no, this is
no.
this
I mean
is
the pure top 5 seconds with the silence is what I'm talking about.
Okay, let's let it wrap up first, then I'll loop it.
Sure.
Yeah. This is an interesting case because this is one where this song's been recontextualized in that comedy fashion. Like I very often hear like if there's something goofy or weird that someone wants to talk about in like a video essay that's about a video game, especially survival horror, this is usually the song that people will use because it just represents it's like wet fart letdown. But yeah, this is a new version.
I'll give you those first 5 seconds.
Yeah, so just imagine like think of comedic timing of this. You're just walking into a room, you don't know what's going to happen next. It's silent, it's eerie. Hit it.
Yeah.
It's the perfect setup of like, what was that? Followed by like everything crashing down at once. The pregnant pause there.
Yeah, so I don't know where the origins of this is, but this song will forever be known to me as clowns farting in the basement.
Now, this song has gotten a reevaluation in recent years too. You mentioned it, but like, and Chad mentioned it too, that people have put different instrumentation over it to make it sound better, and saying like, "Oh, parts of this actually work." It's still hilarious. I think in its state as it was shipped, it's a hilarious sounding song.
Comedy gold.
I do want to comment on that. Is like, so people have tried putting different instrumentation on this, and it sounds like there's something that could have been potentially better. But I've never heard a version that's like, oh, this is what this was supposed to be. It's like, oh, this is like an idea that could have been turned into a full song. But the idea of like, oh, this was converted in ROM with the wrong instrument, I just don't think the evidence supports that with just changing the sound font or anything.
I know Cass has been dying to tell the backstory of this, and I've been dying to hear it again because this is like people listen up because this is a great story.
Yeah.
Yes, this is... Let me first say, before I get to the backstory, that I think the whole soundtrack to this director's cut Dualshock version, which is their second complete remix of the soundtrack. They kept changing the soundtrack up when they were re-releasing the game in its capacity as the Dualshock version, a director's cut version, so on and so forth. I think there are elements of this soundtrack that work in certain spots. I think this song, I get what it's going for. I understand what the intention was, but circumstances just existed. Circumstances stood in the way of this, and we will get to those circumstances now. To quote myself, the infamous mansion basement theme credited to Mamoru Samuragochi. With the second re-release of Biohazard Resident Evil for the PlayStation, in addition to providing DualShock controller support, it was decided that the soundtrack should be completely redone in order to provide another new feature to distinguish the release from previous editions. Samuragochi, then credited as the digital age Beethoven, due to his supposed deafness, was tapped to compose it. Now that's where a lot of stories just stop, where people recounting the story just stop saying like, "Oh, the guy was deaf. Oh, yo, you no kidding, huh?" Wait. Just wait.
Yeah.
While the original soundtrack serves as rather effectively dark and ambient, I'm referring to the original release soundtrack for the game, the new soundtrack is supposedly meant to sound more like a horror movie score. You can listen to more cuts off this album, more of what the vision for this soundtrack was. You see it, a picture on the right there, the album Biohazard Symphony, Op 91, Crime and Punishment, is the full uncondensed, uncompromised, uncompressed versions of these songs. Funnily enough, the Mansion Basement theme doesn't make the cut on that album, funnily enough. So the picture's a little bit of a lie here. So let me continue. However, more often than not, thanks to poor choice of instrumentation, it often comes across as more silly than scary. Unbeknownst to most, until nearly 16 years later, Samuragochi was not actually legally deaf, and furthermore, was not even responsible for composing his own original music. His history of compositions, including the Resident Evil soundtrack, are now attributed to one Takashi Nigaki, who was who was complicit, one would say, as Samuragochi's ghostwriter in his long-running scam. Their reputations would be disgraced as Nagaki admitted to his role in the press, and honors Samuragochi had been bestowed would come to be revoked. Of course, there's no taking back his contributions to Resident Evil, including the track featured in this video, which has become emblematic of the whole score. This guy was penned at a certain point, was tapped to write a new national anthem for Japan. Among like other like absolutely, this guy was like this video game soundtrack is like one of the least impressive things on his resume. This guy was legitimately like beloved. Was held up as one of the greats in the world of composing, only to find out years later that the entire thing was a scam, that he had tapped Takashi, who was a music teacher. He was like a high school or a grade school music teacher that was the ghostwriter for all of these songs. And the dude is just faking being deaf because he's really just tone deaf and doesn't know how to write music. Or at the very least, stopped writing music at a certain point. I mean, who's to say? I think the claim has been made by him that he wrote, like, you know, I wrote some of this stuff. I wrote a lot of this stuff. There's just certain things I needed to... Because I was writing so much goddamn music at a certain point in time, I had to hire a ghostwriter. It's a convoluted story that obviously extends far beyond the context of Resident Evil, but for our purposes, for the purposes of the Bad Game Music Hall of Fame, this song absolutely belongs on it. Absolutely has one of the funniest backstories to any of the songs on this list, if not the funniest backstory to any song on this list. The most wide-reaching ramifications of any song on this list as well.
Yeah, no argument. If there was a Bad Game Music Hall of Fame, this would be on that.
Yes. But again, it's not unlistenable. It's not sonically, like, it doesn't attack you in the way that some of the songs we've listened to already have. You can turn this on, you can have a great laugh at it.
Yeah.
And
like
so
I said,
great.
it's been recontextualized, like, these days. Like, it's taken on a new form and
I mean, I'll say
beyond what it was intended to be.
Even back in the day, because I've been playing these Resident Evil games for a minute, I played original Resident Evil and was compelled at a later point to pick up the Dualshock version to, you know, leverage the Dualshock controller that I picked up at a certain point. I even listening to it for the first time back then, I was like, what's this fucking song doing here? Even like little preteen me would have flagged this immediately as being goofy in a way that is not befitting of Resident Evil. Well, I guess Resident Evil then. Now Resident Evil is nothing but goofy. Now Resident Evil is just pure comedy at this point in the modern age. But that's a whole other fucking discussion. It's a whole other can of worms I can open up here. But we'll move along after everyone agrees with me one more time that it belongs on the list. Just for the record.
Hold on, there was one... Okay. I had to double check. I was trying to remember if this was the version of Resident Evil that was on the PlayStation Classic, but no, it was just Director's Cut.
No, because I think the PlayStation Classic version would have been post revelations of Mamoru Samuragochi and the scam he had pulled, so I think they would probably, even if it was like the DualShock Director's Cut version, they probably would have swapped the soundtrack back out just to cover their asses. In the way that, you know, Japanese developers and publishers will often do to this day. If they ever like an accusation of like musical plagiarism, they will ruin soundtracks to cut around that.
There's a Dragon Ball composer where, because of his work, like a lot of games that got re-released have completely different soundtracks in the re-releases.
Yes.
I wonder if
I had to double check that this wasn't the version that's on PlayStation 4 and 5 right now, but no, that's just Director's Cut.
Yes.
So, yeah.
And I'm sure they hack DualShock control into that, though, just to give you that feature. Because, you know, people want to play this game with analog controls. I always play with the D-pad, but that's neither here nor there. This next one, I'm going to give a warning. This next one, we're getting to ZX Spectrum territory here. We're getting to microcomputer
Warning,
territory.
European.
Not only that, this is one of the most shrill songs. I think this may genuinely be the most painful song on this playlist. It's definitely up there. You're going to want to brace yourself for this one. This is the title screen music to Oriental Hero. A name that
up for this one.
A name and a game that is absolutely has aged like a fine wine in modern sensibilities, but it's as much warning as I can provide to you.
Speed core drums?
I didn't know MIDI composed for the ZX Spectrum back in the day. Why is that guy holding a dildo?
Not seeing that. This sounds like a Stepmania track.
No, what's lower rent than Stepmania?
Flash Revolution?
Yeah, let's go with that.
Yeah. In the Groove was the one I was thinking of.
In the Groove has actual arcade machines, so,
Oh, I didn't. Okay.
By the way, this actual game fucking sucks.
Yeah.
It
go
wasn't
figure.
obvious.
Okay. So, it's hard to say the intention here. I think this is a great song.
I see what they're cooking. I see what they're cooking.
Well,
I was worried that it was going to be like that super stereotypical kind of like when you introduce this as a ZX Spectrum game called Oriental Hero. I was like, oh god.
Yeah.
But I think they were cooking. I am really surprised at the clarity of those fucking. I don't even know what you call them. I call them speed. Yeah, I call them speedcore drums because that's like the genre I associated with. But like, I think they were cooking. I think they were kind of cooking on this one. That it's so in your face, that percussion when it comes in, like it's so much more clear and booming than everything else. Like I was like, oh wow.
Yeah.
I kind of wish it leaned more into that a bit. Probably impossible on the ZX Spectrum.
I think so. Yeah.
Actually, speaking of the possibilities of the ZX Spectrum, Rob in the NB asks. Also, you said MIDI. I don't think these things had general MIDI, right?
No, when I was saying MIDI, I was referencing M1DY, a speedcore artist responsible for such songs as 37 Dicks, Cold Pizza, and Speedcore Dandy.
Yeah. I was gonna say, like, I would love a DJ Sharpnel remix of this.
Oh yeah. Sharpnel sounds.
Yeah.
Get on this.
On the technical aspect, I think the way that this is being done in this, I think how those kind of speedcore like bass drum hits were done is it is like a low synth hit that like slides down really fast. So it's going into like I forget what it is, that like visualized piano program that people use where they'll do like percussion on like the super low end of the piano because it just sounds like weird thudding. It's like that where they do like slides to make like weird noises. So that's why they can't play that drum sound while the melody's going on because it's probably using
the
all
whole
melody sound
range
channels.
of
But
Codeman 38.
I love this one. Yeah.
Codeman 38 says this is for the 48K Spectrum without expansion audio, right? Because that makes it even more impressive.
Yeah, you could say it's impressive, and I will provide, there is some backstory to this one, there is some context for this one. Composed by Tommy Gard, which you can actually see his name on the credit screen here.
Yeah.
All two people who contribute to this game. So description reads, as famously highlighted in an Ashens video, shout out Stuart Ashens, by the way, longtime supporter of the Bad Game Hall of Fame, and absolutely the reason why I knew of this game and of this song. Oriental Hero's title screen music can only be described as an assault on the ears. Tommy Gard, who also produced the game's graphics, would later go on to help develop Take 'Em Out on the Amiga, released in 1989, in which he described the development process for in an unverified YouTube comment. When we were just kids, we did this game. It took us 1 year and many late nights and weekends. I think I used a sound editor called Soundtrack, and the programs used for the graphics was called Deluxe Paint, I think. Coming from a ZX Spectrum, this creative environment with the Amiga was mind-blowing. A great time in my life, thanks all. Because you always find fucking old school developers commenting on random YouTube videos about their games. So I think we can use that sort of information to infer that in composing, because that was about the Amiga game he was talking about specifically. But you can guess that he was using basically like commercial software for like music composition and stuff, rather than probably like programming it in, I don't know what the equivalent of assembly would be or whatever, like machine code was. I guess the ZX Spectrum was just in BASIC, right? Was in some version of BASIC. I can't remember specifically. Microcomputer stuff eludes me, but probably using some sort of program to program this stuff, which takes away a little bit from the technical impressiveness of it, of these were tools that were available. I mean, who's to say? Who's to say how complex, how accessible those music editing programs on the primitive microcomputers even were? You make a lot of assumptions based on the comment, but ultimately, I get what he was going for in this song. I find it to be unpleasant. Especially coming from like an actual ZX Spectrum, coming from your computer, coming like from your set top, from the fucking old CRT monitor and the PC speakers and stuff.
Would be very loud.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to sort of contextualize it in that way as well when it comes to a lot of these games, especially on the PC end.
I am going to have to disagree. I fuck with this song. I think this is cool. It's, limited by, the technology they're working with, but no, I dig it. I do like how rough it sounds here. How kind of is lo-fi the word I'm looking for this?
I don't think so. Not specifically.
Low tech. How gritty. It kind of sounds gritty, especially like harsh with those that percussion that comes in. Like I dig this.
Yeah, no, I'm a big fan of this one. Again, this part of me wonders if it was intentional, because 87. I can't imagine any music was like using that style, like hard style gabba to speak or bass drum sound. So I don't know if that's what they were trying to go for, but I enjoyed this one a lot.
I always think of like European electronic music to be pretty progressive, especially in that era. So I wouldn't be surprised if this was a thing, like a sound that he was specifically going for.
Yeah.
But yeah, it sounds good either way to me.
Yeah, I can get why someone would find this unpleasant, because it is such a harsh contrast between when there's a melody and then when the drum comes in. It reminds me, the really extreme version of that is some of the Distance Cry worst beats ever, where the bass drum comes in so loud it cuts out every other instrument. But this feels like if someone was trying to make that concept good, even though obviously the time doesn't fit. But no, I like this one.
Well, there's no accounting for taste, I reckon. Now, speaking of, this next one is another contentious one. I know it's contentious among at least one of my co-hosts here at the table.
Yeah.
The next song is the Sonic Spinball on Sega Genesis options menu theme. This is an infamous one. This one has some amount of contention in the comments as well. So let's listen to it and let's discuss.
Also, I'm going to take my pain meds. Unrelated.
God, I despise this one.
This song fucking rules and y'all are cowards.
This part's fine.
Now bring back that edge.
And then it's a good thing I took my pain meds. Nah, this one I wince at every time I hear it.
We're only halfway done with it. God.
Okay, go on. Okay, nah, they lost it. It started to get a little bit okay, and it looped.
You can see me freaking out on the options menu. I always thought this was a funny touch in the video. Was me trying to turn the music off and then just losing my mind a little bit, losing patience, flipping every button. Because that's the other thing. The
Yeah,
music
no,
doesn't
I hate
turn off
this.
when you hit music off on the screen, if I recall correctly. It just turns off the in-game music, but it leaves this lingering.
Like, yeah, this is, to me, it's like, it's Discordian. Like, not Discord the program. as in,
Discordant.
like,
Discordant.
Cacophonous.
Yes. Yeah.
YouTube comments, I'm with you. This song fucking rules. I love this. This sounds great to me. No irony. Just zero, I must stress, zero irony. I love this song. This rules. I love the sounds that the Genesis is capable of putting out. It could do such harsh noise, such like grungy, and like just dirty sounding, noises could come out of it for music, and I love that. And this is like a real good example of like, it sounds like you're being like shocked with electricity.
So if
I
we were talking
unironically love
about,
it.
yeah, see, if we were talking about the Contra Hardcore soundtrack, I would say everything about that. But this is like, no, this is going too far in that step, because like that main synth sounds similar to some of the sounds they use in Contra Hardcore, but just that synth with the backing that we like it sounds off key, like two clashing notes. It's I believe, I forget the exact name for it, but look it up. The Devil's Chord, which was at one point banned for being like unholy.
Oh yes, the Wii U game.
Not quite, not quite. I forget what the exact notes are, but it's like, it was a discordant sound.
And you know what? It is discordant, and that is part of why I like it. There is aspects of Discord in music that I really like. And this is a case where I dig it.
Yeah, like I got into Knocked Loose recently, and they'll use those kind of chords in songs. But for me, this one doesn't work. It is like visibly painful to me.
Pepperly in chat says the song's great. Every time someone makes a quote better version, they fail. The only version that worked just rebalanced the loudness of the harsh metal sounds. I would agree. I think that if you like take out that harshness out of this, then it loses a lot of its personality, loses a lot of what makes it appeal to me. I can see rebalancing the audio being better for some people, but the fact that it is so upfront and like so aggressively harsh is what I like about it.
That's the thing, though. This is options music. If this was, say, like a villain's theme in the game, I would understand it. But like,
I think
options,
I think you do hear it in gameplay at some point, if I remember correctly, but I don't remember where.
Yeah, it's like the game over music from Sonic Unleashed, where it's like an intentionally fucked up version of the main theme in an orchestra, where they're all going off note and it's all going whoa, whoa.
I wouldn't like, say this is like off note or anything. This is like
it sounds like it to me. Like, people talk about fixed versions. I don't think you could fix this.
No, the progression. This is very. I can tell here that like this is very, very deliberate. This is like everything's intentional here, and it sounds good to me. Like I guess I'm going to disagree with both of you hard here. But I love this song.
Yeah, I gotta go with my man Dave Mustaine on this one and say, gives me a migraine headache.
I thought Dave Mustaine had just at some point talked about Sonic Spin.
Yeah, he had a lot of thoughts on the Mega Drive at all. No, I despise this one. I genuinely can't listen to it for too long. About 2 loops, like as seen in this video, is about all I can take of it. Because it is so shrill. It is ear-piercing to me.
Yeah, I feel that. I almost took my headphones off, and then I realized that would ruin the stream.
Yes, unfortunately.
At the point. But no, you commenters, like, I got your back. At least one part of Bad Game Hall of Fame here is like, actually, this song rules.
Well, you can have Sharky on that one, but I hard disagree and said stand by it belonging on this list in perpetuity. Now, the next song on this list is going to be a little more musical because it comes by way of Mötley Crüe. It is the theme song to Tribes 2, simply entitled Tribes. Now, pay close attention to the lyrics in this one. You might learn something about the human condition. Still funny.
Sounds like a...
I mean, this is the classic example of, hey, we're contracting this real band to make a theme song for our game. We told them nothing about the game except for the title of the game. So the song is just the title of the game over and over again.
Okay. I played a bunch of Tribes 2. How do I not remember this at all? And B, this sounds like a song someone would make for a joke YouTube video circa like 2011 for their for their Counter-Strike clips for you can imagine. We're going Counter-Strike,
Counter-Strike, Desert Eagle.
This is the theme of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, the thing I got, and someone in chat beat me to it, but it reminds me of wrestling, like WCW and a bit of TNA.
Oh
They
yeah,
would have like the knockoff songs based on a wrestler. The one that comes to mind is TNA. Tommy Dreamer's, when he was in ECW, he used "Man in a Box" by Alice in Chains, and when he was in TNA, the cover, it's like a sound like kind of roughly of the song, while vocalist is going "Dreamer, Dreamer" like that. It's like weirdly the same energy as this. So yeah, bad wrestling theme. Like, oh yeah, there was a wrestler named Tribes, and we hired a band to do it.
now I will note,
no, it's a game. He's gonna game it.
That ultimately the song was not used. The reason why, and I played a lot of Tribes 2 as well, Chark.
Okay,
yeah, surprise,
that's why
surprise.
I remember.
That it was ultimately not used because better wisdom and good taste prevailed at a certain point, and they realized, oh, this is fucking embarrassing. We maybe should not have spent 6 figures on Mötley Crüe coming in to record this song and giving them no preparation or lyrics to work with.
Now, some people say Mötley Crüe's comeback started with Saints of Los Angeles, but...
No. A little game by the name of... Fuck, what's the name of the game again? I can't remember. If only the lyrics... Oh, thank you. Tribes.
Also, I just want to say, because obviously the main thing that makes this part of the playlist is just how bad the lyrics are. But, like, if this was just an instrumental, I would have assumed this was from, like, a free to use music library. It's like the most generic take on that kind of metal music.
What? You're saying Mötley Crüe were hacks? Were talentless hacks? No.
I mean, even for Mötley Crüe,
I would.
This sounds like.
Yeah. I would have loved to have I can't say ask them what they were thinking when they did this because they wouldn't remember at all.
They were thinking PCP, drugs, cocaine.
You'd have to go hypnotherapy to get them to remember anything about this, go through repressed memories. But I would have loved to have seen the entire process, them getting the check and then being like, okay, so, and then just kind of sitting around. I want to know who's the first person to speak up and say do we just say Tribes?
I think we just say Tribes. Yeah, this belongs on the list. It's funny. It's very listenable. It's eminently listenable. But it is also, again, very silly. And if it had released with the game, it would have been a laughing stock for the song alone. So it's probably for the best they didn't go with it. I'm glad it eventually leaked out. I'm glad it made its way online. I'm glad I have it preserved in this Bad Game Music Hall of Fame playlist. And yes, it belongs. It hangs.
Yeah. I wonder if this was potentially not self-sabotage. Because I've heard stories of sometimes bands being contracted for stuff and they're like, here's like a shit song that we hope they don't pick, and this is one of those instances where they just like, yeah, we're not gonna use it, kind of thing.
Who is to say? You know, on that note, you may remember Duke Nukem on the N64 features a remix of Grabbag by one Dave Mustaine of Megadeth. To the point where it later features on, I think, Buried Treasures, the Megadeth album. They have the Duke Nukem theme on there. So
Grabbag, I believe it's called.
Yeah, Grabbag is what I said, as a matter of fact. But yeah,
I know. I was saying I believe it's called that too.
So the point being that Dave Mustaine and Duke Nukem intertwined. Maybe he could have lent his prowess to the Sega Genesis version of Duke Nukem 3D by way of Tectoy, and their version of Grabbag is going to be the longest one on the playlist, or one of the longer ones on the playlist, because this is one that deteriorates the longer you let it go on for. Many such cases where songs get more off time as you let them play past their intended length. So I let this one go for a nice long while.
Like the caretaker.
Now, warning, there's some adult content in this game. Not much, but... By the way, truly just an awful version of Duke Nukem, this game, in case it wasn't obvious.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Technically impressive. Dog shit.
Yeah. Okay, so I need to leave with a question first. Is any of the Doom 32X version soundtrack in this playlist?
No. There's a lot of obvious stuff missing from
that.
this playlist. I think I was going for deeper cuts most of the time.
Oh yeah. But okay, so we won't hear it specifically. This might be worse than that soundtrack, honestly. Even though it's quite similar.
That bassist has places to be today. He needs to get out of here.
Look, I'm just gonna play one note for you. Can you just loop that for me? Just this note here. Just that a million times in a row. Perfect. Thank you. It is nice that we actually have the composer credit for this, by the way.
Yeah.
Credit to me.
Oh, nice.
Tracking it down. Tracking down Heriberto Martinez Mondic.
It's interesting. It's like, it's very recognizable. Like, yeah, this is that song from Duke Nukem 3D.
It's like someone whistling a tune.
But yeah. But yeah, I wonder what audio Alberto had to base this off of. Like, didn't have the actual version of Duke Nukem 3D. Maybe just like a really bad, like, off microphone tape recording or something.
No, I think it's just in not knowing the Genesis sound chip. I think it is just a failure of...
I'm just trying to figure out, because the bass note, you know? The literal bass note, because it's just the one.
I don't think the music was a priority in this conversion. I don't think the music was a priority in bringing this to the Genesis by way of Tectoy.
I mean, it's a good note.
So nice you have to hear it.
I'm enjoying it.
100 times, 200 times.
Yeah. I mean, I think this is what was it? Is it deathcore, the genre? I think that's what this sounds like. We were talking about Suicide Silence in the Discord recently. Oh yeah.
I think the bassist is seeing God right now. I think they're in like some sort of trance.
Yeah, like those, you know, those famous videos are like, oh, this band member's at the wrong concert, but instead of them being like overly talented, it's just like, oh no, this guy should not be at the concert at all. He's just it's just strumming one note, regardless of what everyone else is doing.
Without going into too much detail, would you believe me when I said this reminded me of an Akewood comic?
Yeah, no, I would not be surprised. Uh, huh. It's funny. This one's funny to me. This one is not unlistenable.
Yeah.
It's not sonically painful, but by God, is it the worst version of Grabbag you'll ever hear, huh?
Oh yeah, comedy of errors, for sure.
And I swear, the longer it goes on for, the more unrecognizable it becomes. As like it does things where it's like shifting the instruments and the timing of them.
Yes,
it
I
fucks
started
with
to
the
hear that at the end,
sequence. Yeah, it's strange. And you know, I would be curious, like if you left this playing for like 10 hours and you just scrubbed through that audio, if this at some point the word of God comes through or something. I don't know. It's a strange one to be sure. And any thoughts beyond that, or?
No, it really speaks for itself. This one.
Does it belong on the list?
Like,
oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Like, wait until you get to the 6 Duke Nukem 3D game on Mega Drive. Every Duke at the end of time. It's really haunting at that point.
Hey, they. Well, I'm glad this game exists. I'm actually not. It's fucking terrible. It's a horrible conversion.
Oh yeah, I played it. It's
Brazilians
bad.
just deserved
But hey,
better
yeah.
than this.
But hey, shouts to Brazil.
Shouts to Brazil. Now, this next one is one of the most contentious ones on the playlist. It is Vela-Nova Part 2 off the Sonic Rush Nintendo DS soundtrack. The amount
the
of
new Joker movie.
Just shut up. God damn it. You threw me off.
Sorry.
It's so stupid, too. I shouldn't have laughed. We have fun here, folks. This one, I get death threats over putting this one up. This one, people get really mad about, but I'll leave it to you two. You two can get mad at me for this one. And if you get mad, then I'll know I'm wrong on this one. By way of Hideki Naganuma.
Yeah.
The Jet Set guy. This one is so obnoxious to me. And I get that this song is supposed to play for a grand total of like 15, 20 seconds in the context of the actual game. That it is like, you know, the abbreviated version of a longer song, of a less obnoxious song. But there is like a standalone version that you can get the Sonic Rush soundtrack and hear this song as it plays here.
No, you know, Hideki Naganuma's music is like some of the best of all time. This is a stinker. This is really bad.
Thank you. Validation. It sounds like a bird yelling at you. It sounds like an angry parakeet.
But even when I was like breaking up the individual parts, I was trying to imagine, okay, what would this song sound like without the weird bird sound and you were just hearing the stabs? And those don't really fit the like bass and drum beat either. Like, I don't know what happened with this one.
I don't feel as vitriolic as you do on this. I think maybe in the context of I wouldn't hear it that many times looped in a row, it'd be not as bad. It's not great though. I can't like really like defend it or anything. It's leaning more towards bad than neutral for me, I would say. That's about as upset as I can get.
I think for me,
that vocal sample is kind of annoying.
I think what compounded for me is I put this up because I thought like, yeah, this is kind of silly. You know, if you play this in sequence, if you play this for more than the 15 seconds it's meant to be heard for, if you listen to it like an actual song, it's kind of obnoxious. But then I started getting comments on the upload, and I think that's what turned me around. I think I let it get to me. Not to the extent that I think any of these people are right, or that I'm like, you know, that I'm ashamed of my words and deeds, but it's just, you know, the amount of people defending this turned me around onto like, no, actually this fucking sucks and you're wrong. I think that's what made me vitriolic in the way that comments often do. But I
don't know why you would be like, not your end. I don't know why someone would be so passionate about defending this.
Wait,
Like,
Zaz
it's
says this works in the context of the final phase of the boss. Wait, this is a boss fight song?
Yeah, this is the
Wait, I
song
thought this was
for
like the
Blaze
invisibility
versus
theme.
Sonic. This is Blaze versus Sonic in the game. That's the confrontation you see here.
Huh.
It is like a power stroke. It plays while you're doing this, while you're mashing buttons to prevail as either Blaze or Sonic, depending on who you're playing as. And
okay. This
Weird
is
choice.
yeah. This is a Sonic game I've always meant to play, and I did get a physical copy of it like last year.
it's a fine Sonic
like
game.
even as a short snippet. Oh yeah, yeah. But just as like I'm trying to picture it in context, and I would still just like maybe the reaction would be lesser, but it'd still just be like a yeah, that was a great choice there. Like probably could have improved and fixed that. So
I would say strange. This is one, like I said, I can't say that it's
yeah,
bad. It's not great. It's strange, but I also can't imagine being very like, oh, this is amazing over.
yeah. No. This is like again,
Especially if this is just like a snippet. If this is
yeah,
just supposed to be like,
yeah. Say what you want about Naganuma online stuff, trying to be a meme lord and
It's fucking embarrassing.
bit
I think he's a
cringy
very
with it.
embarrassing person online.
Yeah. But like as a composer, I still think he's like one of the best of all
Sure.
time.
The
Like,
rest of the soundtrack to this game, by the way, is stellar.
yeah, yeah. You've talked about Cass about like video game music that you wouldn't listen to outside of a video game. I would say Hideki is like one of the exceptions. Like his music is very listenable outside of the games. This is like I don't know. It's like your kid who's like an upstand, top grades, never misses attendance, and then they come home and they're like, "Oh yeah, I shoplifted and I like kicked the store owner in the balls on the way out, and he's in the hospital now." Like that's my reaction. It's just like you're,
and it
you're
was a
normally so
farmer's
well
market.
behaved. Yeah, you're normally so well behaved, and you did this. Like I'm disappointed. I'm not angry. I'm disappointed.
Sure. But it belongs on the list.
I'm not his.
Do we all agree
I'm
it
not.
belongs
I'm
on the
not his
playlist?
dad. I don't know why I feel. Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know why I get this
yeah.
like fatherly reaction from it, but
I'm not mad at you, Hideki. I'm just disappointed.
yeah,
It's like you look at like Jet Set Radio like pinned up to the refrigerator, and you look back at this, and you're like, come on.
Yeah, exactly.
Retroactively taking off the fridge for this. I don't know. I wouldn't go that far. It's one bad song. And speaking of bad songs, our next song on the Bad Game Music Hall of Fame playlist is a cut from Cruis'n USA on the N64. The name of this track is House Special. By the way, we are 1/4 of the way through the playlist at this point in the stream, so... This one has to work up to it.
Okay. Yeah, because I played through this game like a year or two ago. I don't remember this one that well.
I'll say wait for the vocals
Let
to
it
kick
cook.
in. Great driving by me, by the way.
I will say the Okinura Flow pluck strings
here.
was a bad choice.
Or soon.
Yeah, I didn't like the pluck strings in the beginning.
Shh.
Oh, okay.
By Jove, I think that lady's jacking off.
Okay.
It
Sorry,
sounds
I
like
was
someone
enjoying-
having fun.
Yeah. There's parts of this song I actually really like, but it really fell apart for like 20 seconds there.
It kind of reminds me of Balls 3D.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it does loop.
Yeah, I
As
want
so
to hear
many
those vocals
N64
again.
Yeah.
You know those house chord bits? I don't know if this is going to ruin this for anyone. It reminds me of the beginning of a song from, I think, Sonic Generations with the violin, or is it Sonic Unleashed? Oh, what's the name of that song? Like, I like this part, and I don't mind this bit, actually. It's this bit. They lose me on.
What about that sick guitar note, though?
Yeah, dive bomb. That's called. That's the Dragon Force taught me that.
Someone read Louise's comment, please.
Luis says, I remember times when I was playing this game and heard the woman making noises, and my mom would open the door asking if I was watching porn.
Yeah, and that's a problem with your racing game soundtrack, with your K through A rated video game. If your video game intended for children has a soundtrack that evokes sounds of a woman orgasming, I feel like that's an issue in the composition. I feel like that.
I mean, that's a weird
Like
thing
classic-
about Cruis'n, though, because Cruis'n in arcade was meant to be a little edgy.
Yes.
Like, what are you saying about those lyrics of like someone going, ooh, I'm coming, ooh, I'm coming to race.
Slime Generator in chat said, "Oh, I get it. You put this on the playlist because you hate a woman expressing her sexuality."
Like I said, I'm hearing someone having fun on this song. That's what I'm getting.
Yeah, that's a word for it. I mean, this one isn't offensive to me. Obviously, I think it's just silly.
Oh.
I think it's goofy. I don't think it's awful. I just think it's a silly choice. I think it is a choice that was made that is questionable, let's say.
Yeah, I wouldn't call this bad. I would call this silly.
Yeah. I digged it for the most part. I do think in the vocal breakdown it loses a bit. This is just for people later, but that's the song it was reminding me of, like the house chords.
Did you post that in the Discord or something, or?
Yeah. If people in chat, I'll post it there as well. Let me know if you hear the similarities or if I'm just hearing things.
All right.
Oh, that'll be homework for people.
Yes, we love assigning homework here at the Bad Game Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
But we does it belong on the playlist? Is it bad enough to warrant being on the playlist?
I would say no. I think this is just the silly one.
Yeah, in hindsight, this is one of the few that I'm just like, this one's more silly. It's a comedy, and it does work in some way. And it is, it puts a smile on the face. I can't get too mad about it during the race. But, I don't know. I think it is fun to highlight. I think it is fun to show to people. And I think there was a context for it. The idea of a mom walking in, watching you play what they thought was a age-appropriate racing game, and then hearing this song while being, celebrated by girls in bikinis, potentially would be the game that gets your video games taken away from you for a few years, possibly.
Oh, I just want to say, though, because I briefly listened to it, the arcade version of this goes really hard. That's like a really good version of it. Yeah.
I would definitely believe it. Now, the next one on the list, another very abrasive one. I don't think any of us are going to have any problem shitting on this next one. It is a 2600 game soundtrack. It is the soundtrack to Firefly on the 2600, widely regarded as one of the worst games, if not the worst game for the Atari 2600, beyond by people who understand that ET is not actually the worst game on the console. People who are a little more elevated, a little more in the know about their VCS library. And I'll just say up front, this one, painful. It's gonna hurt. So brace yourself for that. Now, some will say it's impressive that a 2600 game had music at all. To that I say, if it sounds like this, no, it isn't.
Yeah, my answer to that would be Pitfall 2. because that has way better music than this. Has multiple channels even.
You ever see a documentary on like electroshock therapy? Like this does feel like my brain is being reset forcibly.
Yeah, I wasn't that negative on it, but it's after hearing it loop for a while, like it got more grating over time.
Now, imagine it never stopping throughout the entire course of gameplay, and it being the only song on the soundtrack, the only sound you hear.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh dear. Not even shooting sounds. Yeah. No, that's a rough one.
People are saying it does sound like it was played by a fly. Sounds like fly music. Yeah.
Yeah. What's it? The Fly the Bumblebee. I get like vague. That's what they're trying to emulate. The like the same feeling of, but that doesn't mean it's good.
I don't have much more to say about it. I think this one is just deserves to be in the list. Is so erratic and grating.
Yes, this one is a certified club killer. This one will kill the vibe. Belongs on the list. Possibly emblematic of the list as a whole. Possibly a highlight on the list in terms of this pure cacophony. And I'm happy to share it. I'm happy to spread the pain, as the case may be on this one, to spread awareness of Firefly in my capacity as the ET defender, which is one of the early things that, the Bad Game Hall of Fame champion, one of our earliest causes as an organization. But we move along. We move to the Super Nintendo. We move to another title screen theme, this time for the Chessmaster. Jerry Seinfeld in his older years.
I feel like that's more like Paperboy 2.
Oh, yeah, I know, you're right. Yep.
This is more like Rugrats to me.
Oh, yeah, now you say it, I hear it.
We mentioned this recently on stream, but there was a great bit that poster on our Discord, Slime Generator, whenever anyone posted video game music to the music channel on our Discord, discord.gg/bghOF, they would respond with this song.
This is funky in a way I like.
It's inane. This is what I think about it.
Now, granted, this is Chessmaster and the SNES, so like, you're gonna be listening to this for a while.
Yeah, this sounds like okay. Like someone took porno music from like the 70s, 80s and tried to recreate it in the SNES sound chip. It's got that energy to it.
I just think it's impressive
like
they sampled
sleazy.
the farts. That the one sampled audio in this game is a fart that the developer did directly into a microphone and said, "All right, build an entire soundtrack around this." It's that bad. I say it is that
bad. It's not
bad.
quite clowns farting in the basement to me.
Okay, I don't think this is bad in isolation. I don't think this is bad if you listen to it for about as long as this YouTube video is. I think over the course of playing the Chessmaster on SNES, because this plays while you're playing, right?
No, it does not. This is just the title screen. Or at the very least, there's an option to turn music off in the game. I think it is default music off, as a matter of fact. I don't remember the specifics. Okay. I did not play a lot of the Chessmaster on SNES, believe it or not.
Because if you had this on during gameplay and for the many, many minutes that the computer can spend thinking, this would drive you insane.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the longer you listen to this one, I think that was where the real damage would come in.
Yeah, I think in isolation this is fine. I did not really care for the SNES sound chip too much. This is like the level of goofiness that the SNES could put out that I did like. But like I said, in a small burst, I like this.
Well, let me
Over an
ask you this.
extended period of time.
Let me
Yeah.
ask you this query. Official theme song for chess. Does this song scream
Yes,
chess to you?
That is a big issue.
If I was on the Super Nintendo, yes. If I was like at like an actual tournament and like they were putting this over the speakers, I'd be very confused.
If Bobby Fischer were playing and
Yeah,
But,
the
like,
energy I get from good.
But like picking up a chess game on the Super Nintendo and then hearing this come out of it, like, yeah, that makes total sense to me. Like, yeah, this is definitely the music I would be hearing coming out of this for chess in
Yeah.
the year of our Lord 1992, 3. What was
1991.
this? 1. I started by saying 1, and I second guessed myself.
Yeah.
No, this is I think in a short burst this is fine. I would lose it if I had to listen to this for very extended periods of time.
Yeah.
Godelson in chat
yeah,
says, leave Seinfeld chess alone.
I'm telling you, it's more Rugrats. It's like the bwop bwop bwop.
It's got a little
bass.
A little bit of both. Yeah, like I wouldn't call it bad, but I couldn't say there's any redeeming qualities to it. The main takeaway is that I get the impression for people who don't like most of the music that the SNES would do, which, you know, bear in mind that it was, you know, digitized sim, so you could make a lot of different sounds, but I feel like this is what most people think. Oh yeah, that's what the Super Nintendo sounded like, was this song. That's what they all sounded like, was this.
Luis says that this would maybe be more appropriate for checkers, but it's not refined or elegant enough for chess. No, I know enough about chess and the people who play chess professionally to know that chess is not a serious
Not an
thing.
elegant, yeah.
Chess is goofy as fuck, and the people who do it are take themselves seriously, but are very not serious people. Sorry, chess heads out there, but you did have a very major tournament in real world chess in which both sides hired psychics to battle each other on the astral plane while the match was going. Very unserious sport.
Oh, I'm not up on chess. I did not hear about that.
Yes. Does it belong on this playlist? Let's get that established.
I can see a case for it, just because it represents like that kind of low level, like licensed Super Nintendo soundtrack to me. Like a Bebe's Kids soundtrack.
I don't think this is bad, but this is exceedingly silly.
Sure. I think this is unbefitting of chess. And I feel like that's my main bone to pick, my main point of contention is that if I launched the Chessmaster expecting a serious chess simulation, expecting to battle wits against the computer, and this is the song that first played, I would not take it seriously as a piece of chess software. But that's just me. I think it belongs on the list. It, again, doesn't make me angry. It doesn't hurt to listen to. It's silly. Speaking of silly, I think the next song on this list is also going to be a very silly one. This is the titular track for Psycho Soldier, the arcade game, titled Psycho Soldier. And this is an early example of, I believe the case with this is that a cassette was built into the arcade cabinet that would play back the vocals in sync with the in-game music. And I believe the Japanese version of this game, the original version of the game, has a its own unique track, which is not bad. The vocals on it are, if I recall correctly, pretty good. It is specifically the North American, if not worldwide, release of this game with English lyrics and English vocals that has earned its way onto the Bad Game Music Hall of Fame playlist. Turn this up a little bit.
Tina's name is magic, mystery, the class you see. Her crystal is the answer, fighting fair to keep us free. She's just a little girl with power inside
My favorite note coming up here.
You better hide if you are bad. She'll catch you. She'll read your mind and find if you believe in right or wrong. Fire, fire, psycho soldier. Fire, fire, psycho soldier.
I almost feel bad laughing this one because part of me wonders if this was someone who worked on this game, who localized it. This was their daughter.
Yeah, no, something like that, like one of those sort of situations. I couldn't find the
That's
vocalist. Huh?
Yep. Sorry, it's like you finish. I said earlier about the Tribe song being like 2011 joke video on YouTube. This is like 2007 YouTube kid practicing for their cosplay talent show contest entry at the AnimeCon next weekend and uploading it.
Yeah, I was getting that vibe too. Just like, yeah, early YouTube days of just kids uploading their vocal covers.
Like you can almost hear the sense of, oh, I hope mom doesn't wake up.
Yeah.
Whispering into this into my mic to not wake up my bosses at SNK Studios North America. I mean, again, I think like the point of contention here is that like the audio recording quality for this is ripped off cassette, I believe, because they was recorded to cassette. Like it would be like a looping cassette, or it would be like a mechanism that would play it back in time with the game audio and whatnot, which is an impressive effect. For what it's worth, I believe the Journey arcade game, did a similar thing with its separate ways recording.
I was about to ask, do you think any arcade owners ever accidentally mixed up their Journey arcade game cassette with their Psycho Soldier arcade game cassette?
Would have been sick.
We had two very interesting different takes on these games.
Morgan, Strawberry Rose in chat pointed out that the lyrics sound like they probably aren't written to accommodate the original cadence and rhythm too. Yeah, there's a lot of like weak localization happening here across multiple fronts. Not hiring like a trained singer, I would say, or someone who's like giving this performance the oomph that the original Japanese performance has. The audio fidelity isn't great. The lyrics are not necessarily awesome. And
I will say
if I put another year to it, if I can put another year to it, I would say 2001 era fan dub theme song.
Yeah.
Like something that someone would post this to the forums and go like, oh man, this is great. I love how much effort y'all put into this.
OC Remix Core.
Maybe not that far.
What were you going to say, Johnny?
Okay, so I did look it up because I have heard the original Japanese version, but it's been a while, and I see Lewis mentioning it, so people could check that out later. The audio quality is about the same as the Japanese version, so surprisingly I don't think that's really what's holding it back, because even with that, how compressed and like bit crushed the Japanese version is, it still just sounds better. It's just, it doesn't help when you're an untrained singer that like it's not helping the vocals, it's not hiding the the lack of training and stuff like that.
Codeman 38
Codeman has some.
Yeah,
I have to imagine someone young worked on this.
Codeman says that it's not actually a cassette that plays; it's an 80s PCM decoder. So the Japanese soundtrack also had a physical cassette release. Maybe that's the wires I'm crossing.
Yes.
Who's
I think if I remember correctly, the Famicom release of this game had a cassette with the song on it you could get.
Yeah, that would explain like the compression, because if it was on a cassette, you wouldn't need to compress and digitize the audio that much.
Sure. In either case, I think it belongs on the list. I think it's silly. I think the "she'll get you" has been a running joke between me and my former roommate, current moderator, Magic Meows in chat. We will very often just say that to each other apropos of nothing. We'll just be like, "she'll get you," and we'll both crack up. So in that sense, it lives rent free in my brain. It is stuck with me. I love this song. It's not a good song. It's not a good version of this song.
Yeah, that's a very plucky version of the song, I think. But yeah, it's Endearingly amateurish, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the next song on the list is another painful one. This is Vampire Killer off of the Castlevania soundtrack. Castlevania on IBM PCs, that is. You could say DOS as well. This is the music that would play if you had your PC speaker enabled, which is to say the onboard sound beep device inside your computer, which they sequence the music to for this release. Now, really, any song played on a PC speaker in that capacity is going to sound fucking shrill and awful. But it is the lengths they went to try and make this sound like an actual song that I think contributes to how funny it is, but it is still a painful one, so brace yourself in that sort of way. And also bear in mind, this one is a contentious one because a lot of the comments are just pointing out, like, this is very technically impressive. They were able to do this with a PC speaker. And again, I know I've said this like 7 times so far over the course of this episode, but just because you can doesn't mean you should. Just because something is technically impressive doesn't mean it sounds good. And I believe this will speak for itself. They almost make it sound like it has 2 channels. That is impressive. And so it goes. Every song in the soundtrack is represented in this game.
Yeah. Like, yeah, this might be technically impressive, but I think you could have done a better job with these limitations. Like, because when it gets to this part, obviously it's a simpler part of the song, but it's closer to what I think the rest of the song should have gone for.
Too many notes. It's about the notes that they don't play, and I wish they weren't playing as many notes. Ultimately. Also not a very good version of Castlevania, believe it or not.
I can picture this game, like, falling down the stairs.
Mm-hmm.
And there
yeah,
you go.
I can't remember when I heard this one before, but yeah, classic.
Very funny. Thank
Very
you,
deserved.
Christian Hadelid. Thank you, Unlimited Software, for converting this game for poor, unfortunate saps on DOS. It is something else. You can see us play this game, by the way, in our NES to DOS pipeline episode from way back. Yeah. I think this one hangs. I believe this one stays on the list.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that this was even if there is some technical merit, it's not worth it when it sounds like this. It's not worth it when it's this ear piercing. I would just as soon play with no music. I would just as soon turn off the music entirely than listen to this beeping, echoing throughout the house as PC speakers were wont to do. Very shrill. And this would be variable to a certain extent based on what sort of DOS compatible, what sort of IBM PC you had at the time. It could potentially sound any number of different ways. You can say that about a lot of DOS games with different MIDI drivers and whatnot. But no matter how you hear this one, it's going to sound bad. It's not going to sound good. But we all agree on that count?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Great. So we can move on to the next game. This is Night Trap from the video game Night
hell
Trap. I think I specifically went with the 3DO version for this because it was the home release with the highest fidelity audio that was available, I believe. And I made these videos before the remaster re-release came out. But yeah, this one is going to be a silly one, is going to be a fun one. Just right off the bat, it's not going to be unlistenable, so that's nice. I think I even include a little bit of the skit beforehand in this one, so you're welcome.
Harrier!
The band organized to perform the song goes by the name Blue Skies, spelled with a Y. Hold on. I gotta adjust the volume. There we go. Like, this is cute in-game. In the context of the game, it's very wink-nod. You know, as the whole game is, in case that needs to be said, in case folk don't know what a night trap is. Like, the fact they invented a song that appears within the world of the game, that is the name of the game, is very funny on its face.
Tribes.
And obviously we have a lot to say about Night Trap as a whole. This is a game that has a lot to be said about it. You can get some of our thoughts on it by reading our article on the game, badgamehallofame.com/night-trap, where we get into the whole like Senate committee hearings around the game and so on and so forth. It's a little too much to get into here.
You were letting so many augers get away.
Yeah, no, they're just... If you sit and listen to this performance, if you sit and listen and watch the band, watch the girls dance to it, you lose the game. Did I get cute here and loop this? Yeah, no.
Oh, that's you? That's you doing?
Yeah, because I think this is the full version of the song. The full version of the song doesn't play in-game. They cut it off at around this point. But I want to extend it, so I had to invent... I had to edit.
When I was in middle school, this is how like everyone did the dances. Except they wouldn't actually look at each other. They'd always have their heads facing to the side. But just like spin around in circles at arm's length.
Yeah, take it away, Horn Man. What a banger.
Yeah. It's a fun one, but it's definitely like, yeah, for 92, it reminds me more of like an 80s like really C tier movie.
I can tell
theme.
you one factoid. You're on the money. This game, all its footage was recorded in 1988 or 87, I believe. Was intended to come out for a console that became vaporware. So when it came out on Sega CD in 92, it had been footage that had been sitting around and finally digitized for that console. We get into that whole backstory in the article. The lead actress in the game, Dana Plato from television. I don't remember what show she was on. Like, when she did the game, she was when she recorded that footage initially, she was still respected. She was still on TV. By the time this game came out, she was like heavy into drugs and her reputation was spiraling. And then this game comes out.
That bit I did know about, yeah.
So it's weird circumstances. It's a weird story around this game. But yes, it is something that is perpetually trapped in the 80s by consequence of it being filmed and produced in the 80s and then only later finally realized in the early 90s. But knowing that context, whatever that adds or takes away for whatever that changes, it's not a bad song.
No, it's not.
I still think it belongs on the list in the spirit of it being a goofy game, a bad game, if you will, some might say. And being the theme song to that game, it is goofy by context.
Yeah, I think this is one of the instances where the bad in bad game music is modifying the other thing.
Yes.
Like, this is a bad game. I like this song. This is real campy. This is real fun. And I don't mean campy in the way of, like, purely irony. Like, I gotta be clear. When I'm talking about, like, songs I like in this, I'm not coming from the level of irony. I think this is camp, and this is like fun camp. This is like if Night Trap was like a bad B movie, this would be like a highlight of it. And Night Trap kind of is a bad B movie in a way.
Yeah, it is by design.
Yeah. So I don't think that this is a bad song, but I think this is one of those cases where it is you cannot separate this from the fact that it was in a super notorious bad game. So I think it does deserve to be on the list for that.
Do you agree, Johnny?
Oh yeah, I agree with everything the Chuck said there. Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with it as well. I would also agree with that it doesn't hang in the sense that it is not a bad song, but its attachment to it being so irrevocably tied into, woven into the tapestry of that game is what sort of gives it a context outside of itself. Now, the next one we get back to just some proper bad music. This is the title screen music to Wolverine Adamantium Rage on the Super Nintendo. So we got more Super Nintendo music to dunk on here. Easy dunks, easy scores.
As made famous by Linkara.
Did the Linkara make this song famous?
Made the game famous. I don't know. Whenever I think about this game, I just think about the fact that Linkara did a review for it and just kept shouting Adamantium Rage. That is like my only memory of this game. I mean, other than the fact that I think we played it for the LJN series.
Yeah, we did play for the LJN Connection series. Check that out on YouTube while we listen to this song.
Wolverine. Wolverine.
There's a song I like by a band called Entombed. It's called Wolverine Blues. It has a great music video. Look it up, folks. So the sampled speech is goofy, but there's more to the song than just that.
Oh shit.
Wolverine.
Okay, where's the sample of a guy going, DJ? Ooh. The old Yamaha keyboard sound. That's what that sounds like to me. This song.
Now wait for it. What is this part of the fucking song?
This is Distant Cry.
Yeah, okay, so I think what they're trying to do, especially all the record scratch stuff, is this is supposed to be like a hypothetical, like, oh, this is like an orchestra piece that was sampled in like a hip-hop song. And they've like made their own fake sample, and that's what they're trying to go for, but not succeeding at. You know, like figure like Fatboy Slim, like Right Here, Right Now, where it's got like the sampled strings, but that's from like an actual song. This is someone being like, oh, it's like a fake orchestra sample.
Okay, this intro part, when it gets to the vocal.
Wolverine.
Like, this whole section of the song just makes me think of, like, tequila.
Yes.
Da, 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 da.
Also,
Wolverine.
It's really subtle. Before he says Wolverine, are they just like looping the nanosecond at the start of him going, whoop?
Who's to say? I will tell you that Slime Generator makes a good point in chat that the guy that made the song is a pretty well-acclaimed jungle producer, and once you know that, you can unhear it.
That explains a lot.
Dylan Doggy Beal. That would explain a lot, wouldn't it? Anyway, I think the song sucks. I think the sampling and the faux like DJ scratching shit doesn't work on the SNES. I think the orchestral part doesn't hit in any sort of way. I think this is lame
ironic
as
for an
fuck.
orchestral hit.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think this is epitome of lame.
Again, not as vitriolic as you, perhaps. Totally deserves to be in the list. Is bad. But I had a smile on my face listening to it. This was This was fun bad for me.
It's silly.
Yeah, I appreciate how bad this is, and I can tell what the artist was going for, and it's just like you failed. You could not recreate the kind of music you were trying to do here. But I love that it failed.
God bless you for trying. So it belongs on the list.
Again, very SNES, but
yeah, very deserving. Oh yeah, very deserved.
I say we need to pick up the pace a little bit because we're 2 hours in and we're not even halfway through the playlist yet. So
yeah, I'm about to go get the rest of my pizza and another energy drink.
All right, will you still be able to hear the next song while you're briefly away?
Absolutely, yeah.
All right, very good. Because the next song hails from Golgo 13 Top Secret Mission or Top Secret Episode on the Nintendo Entertainment System, a game we've long played on this channel before. This is the theme song to Smirk, the evil organization, who are just neo-Nazis. They're just neo-Nazis. Their boss is Adolf Hitler in the context of the game. And this is the theme song to Nazis by way of an NES game. That's Hitler's brain talking to us. The latest in Drek technology. Very squeaky. Did a mouse make this music?
This is one of the few instances where us not being, like facecam streamers hurts the product. But I've thankfully found a reference image. Let me get it quick of the face I pulled listening to this song.
Yeah, if you send it to me, I
There it is
will
for chat.
put it up on.
Oh yes, of course.
It's just as soon as. Wait for it. All right. So the face you pulled, that you claim to have pulled, is going to be this face here. So.
No, yeah, not even being ironic. That's the exact thing my face did.
So, like, it's meant to be, like, ambient to a certain extent,
Ambient,
to the extent that it's
yes.
supposed to be, like, the sound of what would be happening in that room, just random computers beeping, some, like, weird thumping, like that wah, 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 that's constantly droning. But it is droning. This song drones, and it drills its way into your brain for the brief amount of time you're made to listen to it.
If they'd focus more on the ambient and trying to also incorporate like a melody into it as well, I think it could have worked.
I mean, if
But
it
having
was
every so
purely
often-
ambient, I wouldn't have flagged it as music. If it didn't have like
Yeah.
if it didn't have any sort of like
Yeah.
rhythm or like notation to it, and it was just like random beeps and boops, like purely random, then it would be like, okay, well, it's just like it's the sound of the computer room. I get where they're going.
Oh yeah,
for.
100%. Yeah, yeah. It's a weird thing where adding music made it worse.
Yes, adding a tonal element to it made it atonal in the process. Good game. Banger soundtrack. This is not a banger song off of that soundtrack. You get its intended purpose, but I think they made a mistake in trying to ascribe too much musical quality to it.
I would actually almost kind of agree with like Johnny, because when we played this, I don't think I tracked this as a song.
Yeah, you need to.
I think there's just.
I think when you take it as a standalone thing, and when you recognize this, the name of the song is Smirk Theme. So this is the theme song to Smirk. So when you contextualize it in that way, you start to it paints a picture of it that is intended as something like a song, but in its context as a song, if you contextualize it and think of it as a song, it belongs on this list. Agree?
Oh yes, absolutely belongs on the list.
Oh yeah.
All right, very good. Now, the next song on the list. This is a very contentious one. This is the one I've gotten a lot of shit for. This is the theme song to Buck Bumble on the N64. It is titled Buck Bumble. Right about now.
What about now? It's time to rock with the biggity buck bumble. What about now? It's time to rock with the biggity buck bumble. Bum to the bum to the bum to the.
So this one will get copyright flagged. So let's just talk right over it. Everyone knows what the song is.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Rules.
Yeah, classic. Being British is gonna make me biased because I don't know exactly the artist, but there would have been like a 90s techno UK artist that made music like this that they're trying to mimic.
Oh,
No
several,
doubt.
really.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm familiar with. Sorry, bacon. Let me just rephrase that. I like this again. Ironically, this is fun. This is definitely some fun title music. It is crafted well enough. Maybe it's not like one of the best of all time, but yeah, I like this one. This is fun. I would not put this on the bad list personally.
This song irritates me. This song annoys me. I don't
yeah.
mind sampled, chopped up vocal tracks were in the context of music of this sort. What would you call this, house, or what would this be?
Garage.
I don't have a good
Garage.
I don't have a good I don't have a good, vocabulary for musical genres. Slime in chat might actually know what genres would be. But, I think maybe if it had more lyrics, maybe it would improve on it if it had some verses in it.
Well, that wasn't gonna happen on the 64, so.
Yeah, understood.
That would have been cool to see if there was like an alternative version they had made with full vocals.
As far as I'm aware, that doesn't exist.
Oh yeah, I Am Headful says Speed Garage is possibly
Please pronounce it as garage.
Yeah.
Garage, sorry.
Garage music in general would be this, yeah. Yeah, no.
Yeah, I dig this. I like this.
Yeah, I'm the outlier on this one. This one straight up annoys me.
But I will say I can not emphasize, but I can sympathize with why someone would find this annoying. Is it? I don't know. Am I empath? I'm not sure. I'll find out.
So you two will disagree with it being on the list?
I'll disagree. I think this is a good one. I don't think Buck Gold's a great game, but I like this song.
All right, that's fair. I'll take the L on this one. I'll just be like, this isn't my music, or at least this particular track is not my tempo, let's say.
But as I said earlier, it is not going off of the YouTube list. It is staying up.
It is staying on there. We're not making any changes. You can't change my mind. You can't change me. It's too late to change me. Now, next game on the list, we'll move it along. This is off of Global Gladiators, one of the McDonald's tie-in games on the Sega Genesis. The name of this track is Storyline. Is the music that plays during the prologue, during the intro, during the cutscene setting up the game. Virgin. Gotta have that Virgin sting at the top. Oh, and who's that composer? Who's that credited composer?
Yeah. Cool. Are you ready?
And who's doing those sampled speeches?
That is him. That's totally him.
1000% Tommy.
We found it. We found the song he actually did.
Yeah.
And it shows.
You did it. Yeah. Cool.
This one is so fucking annoying.
Awesome. Yeah.
Awful, but extremely funny.
Yeah, that's why I'm falling on this.
Extremely funny in how aggressively awful it is.
It's clowncore.
Yeah.
It's the random fucking samples.
Cool.
By the way, that Virgin at the top would make for a banger Discord entrance sound clip.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. See, it's bad, but I love it. But
it's silly.
Fully acknowledge it's bad.
It's bad. To me, it's also like a little grating. To be sure, if you let it loop like a couple more times, it'd drive you to the madhouse.
Oh yeah.
But
yeah, let's put a limit of it, like a minute.
I feel like the only interaction I would ever want to have with Tommy Tallarico in real life would be to get him to sign a copy of this game.
I wanted to play this at Video Games Live.
Good luck on me getting that interaction out of Tommy Tallarico, but
I mean, the motherfucker who big time me of all people.
Yeah.
So, but we agree it belongs on the list.
Oh yeah, belongs on the list. I like this is one I like. Ironically, I like that it's bad.
That's fair. So we move along then to another one that this one I will fully fess up probably doesn't belong on the list. This one is just fun. This one is Feel My Power off of the Violent Storm soundtrack. The arcade, 3-player arcade beat-em-up, Violent Storm, which is played as part of our Melee à Trois video, episode, stream, archive, et al. $1993. Just bear that year in mind.
I'm gonna get you eventually. Everybody wanna knock dildo down. I'll go straight to Sheena. and I'll be there. Yes, I will. This world is very difficult, but I've got nothing to lose now. There's no defeat, you'd sooner die. Challenge the beginning of the end. Till I rescue Sheena, I'm never gonna stop. Bleed my power. Now I spend my time fighting all around. I'm a tough guy, do it, man. You think you can beat us? We got the look. Oh, so fine. Just wait. I'll get even with you.
Then the instrumental is fine. It's mostly about the sampled speech in this one. It's mostly about the.
Don't copy that floppy.
Yeah, that don't copy that floppy type delivery. Oh man.
It sounds like the second verse is going to either be about him telling me not to do drugs or not to have sex before marriage.
Yep. Yeah. Like, those like groups that would come to your school and put on those like, oh, this is what will happen if you go down the wrong path, kids. Like,
no, this
I don't know what they're called.
not top of my head, but this is fun. This is very fun. This game was also very fun.
Yes.
We played it on
it's a silly one.
Yeah.
I just want to, just for a bit of frame of reference here, as someone who enjoys the hip hop myself. This is the same stuff, by the way, so we're just gonna keep talking over it in the interest of time. You know, just for reference, 1993, same year that Enter the Wu-Tang 36 Chambers came out. Years prior, NWA had brought gangster rap to the masses. So by 93, this sound, this style of rap was already well past embarrassing.
It's retro. You know it is. You know what? I wouldn't be surprised if like Way Forward took keys from this during Double Dragon Neon.
Oh, I'd believe
maybe,
it.
Yeah.
This. I'm not gonna say this is good.
No, I think it's
in
good.
A pure sense. Okay. It's not. How am I? I'm trying to qualify the fact that I want to say that I like this. This is very fun. I think parts of it sound good. It is kind of, unhip, but I think that is an appealing part of it.
Yeah, just instantly dated.
Yeah.
2 years before the game came out and this song was heard by people. That lady's grooving, though. That lady's loving it. In the background, that background dancer. Yeah, this one I think is fun. I think the game is okay. And this song, I think it's just silly. I think at a certain point in putting this playlist together, I wanted to include a few songs that were just silly, that were just fun, that were just goofy in a way that is not like offensive to the ears or abrasive or whatever else have you, but are just silly. And I feel like people ultimately took this playlist way too seriously. The amount of comments, direct messages, emails I got, people who got onto my Discord server, sent me harassing messages and threatened to do grievous bodily harm to themselves and others, and then all appended, all tied into the fact that they didn't understand my logic for putting songs on the Bad Game Music Hall of Fame playlist. I touched on this earlier. The amount of grief this fucking playlist has given me, the amount of fucking freaks that came out of the woodworks to try to make me feel bad, to guilt trip me or whatever the fuck, infuriating. And I have no respect for those people. I will never give them the time of day or give them the satisfaction of ever changing or doing whatever. It's things like that that keep the playlist up, is because fuck those people. Fucking losers. Anyway, this song doesn't belong on the playlist. I feel bad if someone actually likes this song. But ultimately, I thought it'd be fun to put it on. I thought it was a fun song that people should listen to. It's not a crime.
I think just the vocal take is, I think, what gets it on here. But you don't feel bad listening to it. It's just oh yeah, this is, it's weird to say white guy energy considering this is composed by Japanese people, but it reminds me of someone trying to be hip where they're not hip, and that's the bad part you're getting out of it. But it's you can enjoy it.
Sure.
Yeah, I was trying to say it's not the way I was trying to phrase it was it's not good, but it's not at all bad. It's very it's fun and it's great for what it is as a weird kind of throwback in a 90s beat 'em up game. So yeah, it's not good, but it's great.
Yeah. And I
Imminently
think
listenable.
listening to it outside of the game also like makes you really pay attention to the lyrics. It makes you go like, oh, okay, I see the issue here.
Yes. But all that being said, does it belong on the list?
Yeah, I'm
I
fine.
think
I'm fine with it being on here.
I could understand the point of view of it shouldn't be on the list. I get that, and I think I'm maybe more leaning that way compared to like what a lot of the rest of the list is. Again, Cass, do expect my death threat in the mail.
Oh, of
over
course,
this.
yes.
But no, I can understand this probably isn't supposed to be on the list, but you know, yeah, hey, it makes more people listen to it, so keep it.
Fair enough. Now, next on the playlist is the most popular one, alluded to earlier. The most listened to one became a TikTok trend.
Before you play it, I want to give my preface that when people talk about how much they hate the Sonic Spinball options music, what we're about to listen to, I'm pretty sure that that's what it sounds like to them. I think the experience of me listening to this upcoming music is what other people hear when they hear the Sonic Spinball options music.
I think that is fair because this is the versus music, the gameplay music for Sonic Eraser on the Sega Genesis, specifically off of Sega Channel. The Sonic puzzle game. This one gets by far the least funny comments, the most unfunny comments. Do you get it? It sounds like a frying pan. Did I mention it sounds like a frying pan? Fucking slime generator posting, cracking my knuckles, about to send my fire. We get it out of Mobius with this one, fire comment. They won't know what's coming. This game sucks too, by the way. It's a bad puzzle game.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, we played it. Bad.
But yeah, bizarre choice of instrumentation here, of like what sounds they put together. The bit that always gets to me is that it's trying to go from some sort of like weird like prog changing tempo bit, like time signature in the main hook, where it's like it starts off faster and then it gets slower for the little like bit. But I don't think like in an interesting way. I think in a way that like is uncomfortable because you're constantly adjusting to like what tempo the song's in. It's you know,
It
which I
almost
don't
sounds
think
like
it's not appropriate to do that kind of stuff in a game like this.
it almost sounds like an alternate universe, like Fantasia 3000, in a scene where like a smithy is like making a sword, and you're like bang, and he's like raising up the hammer, bang. Again, alternate universe because it's from a universe where they don't understand how music is supposed to sound, but it has that feeling of like winding up and hitting something real hard and like in this ring sound. It almost sounds like trying to emulate not only like a gong, but the act of hitting the gong almost. I'm giving this a lot of credit for something that I think sounds horrible.
Yeah. Well, I'll try and be brief, but the thing I'll mention is that you know, you can use weird, unique, not often used time signatures. Most songs are in 4/4. That means and video games will use odd time signatures. Mother 3 is really famous for it because it uses like off-kilter stuff in the battle music. Fire Emblem does it. The final boss fight with Ganon in Ocarina of Time is in like 16 like over 7 or something like that. You can use it effectively when you want to make something that sounds off, but you know, that's done. Like the examples I'm giving there are like boss fights or you know, like dire chaotic situations. And this is a puzzle game, and it's just constantly unsettling you with this weird jump in time signature and weird clashing simps. It's it's so like they're going for something they just really shouldn't have for this kind of puzzle game.
No doubt. Also, production note, you see, this is around the time I changed the way I was presenting them. I was trying different stuff. I was trying to present the title cards only temporarily on the screen, letting the gameplay take more of a focus, not having the box art constantly taking up the side of the screen. because I was trying to refine, I was trying to improve on the presentation of these things to see if there's any sort of way to like get more traffic or get more views on them, and I guess it ultimately worked because this was the most viewed. So kudos to me. Does it belong on this list? Yes.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Unfucking listenable to me.
Absolutely.
But in a very funny way that I can listen to, and I've had to listen to a lot, just by merit of having to check the fucking insufferable comments on this video, and then getting bombarded, getting like, kids say like, getting flashbanged by whatever, and yeah, just like getting like hit with that frying pan, so to speak, every time I click through to my own video here. But yeah, definitely the worst Sonic song. I would say this is. I can at least understand the argument for Sonic Spinball. I don't agree with it, but I can understand it. I can't understand anyone who would try to defend this one. This one is just so off base that it's indefensible to me, except as a comedy piece. Anyhow, that was Sonic Eraser. That was one of the big ones. And speaking of big ones, this next one is a full 20-minute. I uploaded an entire vinyl album. I uploaded an entire novelty record, so it is 20 minutes long. We are not going to listen to 20 minutes of Kid Stuff Records' Donkey Kong album, released in 1983. We will listen to like a track off of it, because some of the tracks on this album are actually very good. Very different presentation here. How about we just listen to this Donkey Kong theme, the first track on this vinyl. Who could it be? I hope they give him a name. But who is it? Ah, okay. So Kid Stuff Records, I'm going to read the description over this. Again, I apologize, but I think this is probably in the copyright system at this point as well. So let this err on the side of caution here. Released in 1983, Kid Stuff Records' Donkey Kong Goes Home is a vinyl record meant to supplement the 1981 Donkey Kong arcade game. Hold on, I think they're going to spell his name out in a second. I do want to hear this. What does it spell? So Kid Stuff Records released a number of novelty children's albums throughout the course of the 70s and 80s, with a number of them based on other video game and media franchises. Though officially licensed by Nintendo, the story of the album does take some liberties with what would become Mario canon in the following years. As the owner of a pizza parlor, fucking stereotyping the Italians, Mario and his delivery girl Pauline work across from a construction site, which was formerly the site of the town zoo where Donkey Kong once resided and enjoyed daily visits from the duo. When the circus comes to town with Donkey Kong as a star attraction, the giant gorilla recognizes his old hometown and breaks out of his constraints in order to play with Pauline and Mario. It's a race against the clock as Mario must scale the construction site in order to save his employee from the unpredictable gorilla. That is the story as recontextualized.
That's, pretty good contextualization with, the very limited stuff you had to work with there.
Yay! Look at the
Okay, I know you say we're only listening to one track. I just want to hear what the tone of this next one is.
Yes.
When it gets to the instruments.
Wait a minute. That's the biggest monkey I've ever seen.
I'm always saying this.
That's Donkey Kong.
Oh, that's the new Mario voice
Biggest
actor.
gorilla. You kids are too young to remember, but Gainesville once had a city zoo across from my camp.
Oh, this is just a lore track.
Yeah, this is the
isn't it?
exposition track. But it becomes a song.
Yeah, skit tracks.
It was a sad day for the people of Gainesville when they closed the zoo and sold all the animals to the circus. Now we only get to see the animals once.
In hindsight, I should have animated the needle,
Donkey Kong.
getting closer to the center. I skipped that step.
Friend Mario.
I do flip the record over so you see the B-side of it at a certain point.
Donkey Kong, we sure miss you. All of us. We sure wish the zoo was over there. Now it's gone. Can't come by and and see you in the mornings before we go to school.
The song is really tragic. If you listen to the lyrics, it's really sad, actually.
Yeah.
Zoo. We sure miss you. There's no more zoo for you. And
Okay.
you're feeling awful blue.
This is definitely what I wanted to hear, because so far, I know we've only listened to 2 tracks,
Like I have
but it's all very like low key and kind of trying to sound smooth and stuff. It's like not the energy I would get out of a Donkey Kong.
Yeah, songs like The
It's very, like-
Climber and Jump Up have a little more energy, a little more oomph to them.
zoo, zoo for you.
But
I think, I guess, in theory,
Would like to
if you want to sit your kids down and have them listen to music and stuff, maybe you would want them to relax a little bit and not get so pumped up in energy that they're like bouncing off the couches and stuff.
I'm gonna
I'd-
do something
I'd be
unprecedented
curious.
here.
zoo, zoo, zoo.
I'd be curious in like, did they do
Too bad that the old zoo.
did they do other video game specific?
Yes, they did. I think
ones
there's a
too, you
Pac-Man
said? They
album.
did?
There's a few others, yeah.
Face, he looks
I'd be interested, not during the stream, but I'd be interested in hearing more of that just to see like what direction do they take these things.
Okay, let's
Like, this
this
is-
one.
Yeah, this album goes places. I should mention this
Yeah.
record goes all over the place over the course of 20 minutes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is not a thing I grew up with, but this is definitely a of its time thing of sort of like when I was a child, like this sort of
Novelty record.
children's music. Like this. I don't know, I feel like nostalgia for a thing that I didn't grow up listening to, but it reminds me of things that I listened to as like a little kid. Like I think this is, you know, interesting. The idea of like, well, we have this game about just a little red guy climbing up to get a monkey. It's like, well, can we make a full album of lore about this?
And the answer was
Like,
no, but they
yes,
tried
we can.
anyway. Anyway,
Absolutely deserves to be on the list, but this
yes,
is fun.
It's fun. It's novel. It actually has a couple legit like songs on it. I'll say. So it's not like bad. It's very strange that this exists. It's very fun that it exists. I'm glad it exists, right? And so that's my takeaway on that. We'll have to pause that. It's definitely worth giving a listen to. Listen for the story. Listen to it all in a row. Watch this video, why don't you? Watch this whole ass video.
Yeah,
It's time coded with all the tracks too.
Order the vinyl on Bandcamp.
Now, next song is another silly one. This is actually where I start to run into some contention in the comments because this is where I started putting some joke songs up. I had a little stretch here where I was putting things that were, again, deliberately, intentionally silly. As is the case with this next song. This is Sheep on the Run from Manx TT Superbike on the Sega Saturn. This is the song that accompanies a joke bonus mode in this motocross game, in this motorcycle racing game, where instead of riding motorcycles, you're riding sheep. And you'll see that in the video as well.
3, 2, 1.
Composed by Takanobu Mitsuyoshi, at least in part.
Oh yeah, the legend.
Like, so obviously very silly. Obviously a
Yeah.
joke song for a joke mode. And not poorly composed for what it is. Goes a little hard, some might say. They did not have to go this hard for this joke song, one might argue.
Yeah. But this plays in well with the discordant stuff we were talking about earlier, because this is a good example of there being discordant in you know, intentionally to create, you know, evoke a feeling, and it works with this goofy feeling they're going for.
Pretty good racing on my part, by the way, if I do say so myself. Never mind. Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily a bad song. I myself will argue that it probably doesn't belong on the playlist in the spirit of the playlist, in the way that people assumed the playlist was meant to be presented.
Yeah.
But again,
Yeah,
this
this
is
is
also the
silly.
point where I was like, I was like, the playlist is fluid. The definition of bad game music, Hall of Fame, is fluid. I'm just gonna do whatever the fuck I want and upload stuff that's both silly and bad, or one or the other. And I feel like a lot of people did not get that. A lot of people got mad about that. You know, fuck them. But I understand the confusion on some people's parts. And I would maybe, if I were to do it all again, I wouldn't change a goddamn thing. I wouldn't change a goddamn entry. But I can understand the argument against this one being on the list in its context. And you know what? I don't even think we need to listen to the rest of it. It loops at this point. I think it's fine. I think we need to get sort of a move on, so we'll let this one.
I'll go on that one.
So the next one is another joke song. This is the pause menu music to Wario World on the Nintendo GameCube. Wait. I do like the loop point in this song. I will give it that credit. They do a pretty clever way of having the song wrap around on itself. Anyway, let's listen to Wario. Let's listen to a piss take. So, another
Now, it's
thing
important that we listen to this one all the way through to the end.
What is important is that people say that if you leave this like hanging, if you leave the pause screen hanging for like 10 minutes and leave the song playing, it ends with like a fart or like some like other sound
if you
effects.
leave this,
that's wrong.
If you leave this playing for 58 minutes, then Wario will eventually go, sorry.
Yeah, he goes, sorry, and he stops singing along. Now,
Yes, I believe it takes about an hour.
Yeah, I will defend your inclusion in this because I know some people do not get the joke of this and are just like, I think some reviewers at the time complained about this where they're like, we know it's meant to be annoying, but we hate it's annoying. Was the
and you know
was some of the reception to this one.
I
So for that alone, I think it can count for the list, even if I love how annoying it is.
I think bad on purpose counts for it being bad.
Yeah, I think it has to. I think that's, my logic I'm putting on the list. In hindsight, the only thing I would have changed is I would have done the full 58 minutes. I should have just let it hang for 58 minutes and ended with the sorry. If I had known about that going into it, which I didn't, then I would have done it that way. But ultimately, it's unlistenable.
That's why I was saying at the top that we need to listen to it all the way through.
Yeah, it's only the 59 seconds. I only counted the loop. So that's on me. But also if we had to sit here for 58 minutes, imagine a world where we sit here for a full hour listening to this.
Yeah.
We would hate each other and video games by the end of it.
Yeah. And for further reading, the Silver Gunner YouTube channel has had a lot of fun with that one.
I certainly imagine. I can certainly picture it. Speaking of picturing, the next one, you may picture us playing Rogue Warrior, one of our playthroughs, and an article on the Bad Game Hall of Fame website, badgamehalloffame.com/rogue-warrior. And if there's one thing that people know about Rogue Warrior, it is the ending credits song, which is officially titled Kicking Ass and Taking Names. And we will listen to a bit of that now. So this song, of course, is a beat with a bunch of Mickey Rourke voice clips. Mickey Rourke as Demo Dick Marcinko, his performance as that character, a bunch of expletives and obscenities strung together as if it were like rapping over the beat.
Happy fucking birthday. That's right, nighty night, you sweet piece of shit. Enjoy the ride, cocksucker. Have a nice trip. Time, baby.
I think a good context to mention as well is that at this point in time, so many games were like, oh, let's have a joke end credits song where we like sample one of our characters and put them over a hip hop beat. Like Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4, I think, or Modern Warfare 2 did it. Gears of War 1 did it. This did it. Like, And by this point, the joke was like super dead. It was like, yeah, enough,
Yes.
guys. We get it.
No,
it was funny the one time.
Played out by this point. I also want to mention, Bob and Air says, I feel like this one is an in on the joke. I want to give it credit for that. I would raise the point you just made, Johnny, about this like being like played out joke. I would also add that this is an opinion I think I have like in the article, which is that when the game is as bad as it is, when the game is clearly like a rushed together, like, you know, second studio being made to pick up the pieces and crunch this game out on 6 months' time or however long it was, using a first draft script, a game that runs like a grand total of 2 hours of playtime with a multiplayer mode that was dead on arrival, charged full price for this. You pay $60 for a 2-hour game, and then it has the fucking gall to end with a joke song. I would be mad. Like, my impression, if I wasn't, like, you know, the bad game queen, if I wasn't, like, you know, looking at this game through the lens of, look at this piece of shit, what comedy value can we milk out of it? If I was looking at this from the perspective of a consumer who just got fucking fleeced, this would not impress me or make me laugh or make me smile. This would make me mad.
I disagree with that last point. I mean, I don't disagree with the fact that it would make you mad. Like, yeah, that's not a surprise. But, I feel like the same. I feel the same way about this as a bit like I do with the King of Limbo at the end of Limbo the Lost, where you also said the thing like it's not deserved. I see this as more like potentially. You know, I don't know what was going on, but potentially as people going through like a bad experience, making something that I'm sure they knew sucked.
Yes,
and being like, God, can we just have a little fun on the way out? Like, I wouldn't deny these people a pizza party on the last day for them going like, finally, we're fucking done. Great.
Well, that's
like,
great. They can enjoy that in their own privacy.
I'd, you know, have some sort of fun with it. Like, again, like this, the King of Limbo is just like, in my mind, it's them going like, you know, fuck it. Let's just do something for us at the end of this because this sucked for us too.
Sure.
Yeah, no, I see. That's it's fair. It's interesting because I do feel it's undeserved, but I can also recognize that this was probably like a cathartic, like, got to get some enjoyment out of working on this fucking
some
game.
levity, some bright spot.
Yeah. And you know, only it's great that it you know it is in the game, so we have this on. But definitely, yeah, if you were just playing this game through and this came to the end, and you had played those other shooters that had done this, this would probably be soured. The whole experience would make this annoying at the time.
That is my belief. That is my contention.
I will also say that I think this belongs on the list.
Sure.
But I just don't agree with the not deserved or not earned bit. It's just like this doesn't seem like them taking a victory lap.
I didn't claim it was a victory lap. I think it's just, you know, inappropriate for them to put a joke song at the end. Even you're saying, like, you know, you're coming from the perspective of they did this to pop themselves, to have some fun in the studio. But I think the part where the consumer, where the end user listens to it after clearing a 1.5 hour campaign and realizing that's all they get, realizing that the credits roll signifies the end of the product, the end of the value that the $60 they spent, that's where it becomes like insulting.
Would a completely self-serious song have made the experience of playing this game any better?
Yes, in the sense that it wouldn't feel like an insult if they just like reprised the main theme and it's just an instrumental playing over the end. It certainly wouldn't be as memorable. But it would take a little less of the sting out. I think. I don't know.
I just don't see it as a personal attack in that way.
I'm not saying it's
like I don't
think it was intended as a personal attack. I'm just saying that it doesn't play well.
Right, but I mean, if you consider it insulting, then you take that on some personal level.
Yeah, I think.
Well, you can insult someone. You can insult someone personally unintentionally.
Yeah, but personally, I don't see that as like this as insulting to me, you know, the user. I mean, that's not going to apply to everybody though, you know.
Yeah,
but
no, I can
see
both sides on it. Yeah.
My point of view is I think I see this and I'm like, well, at least someone got something. Someone had one maybe good day in the miserable slog that was probably making this game. But it does deserve to be on this list.
Fine.
Because at the end of the day, it is a joke rap song with Mickey Rourke like just cursing.
Sure. I mean, again, it's the only thing people remember from this game, ultimately. It is the enduring legacy of this game, so clearly it caught on in a way. But I don't know. I just, that's my take on it, at the very least. And you agree to disagree. Now, this next one is another Resident Evil PS1 Resident Evil song. This is an obscure one. This is one that most folk in the West do not know about. This is the original ending credits theme to Resident Evil, the original Biohazard on PS1. This is Yume de Orasane. It's a Japanese title, folks.
Yume de Orasane, yeah.
We'll hear it in the song, I'm sure, and I think this is probably in the copyright system because they licensed a musical artiste to produce a single to release in conjunction with Resident Evil as part of the promotional tactics for it in Japan. So there's also the original theme song, the original intro music to Resident Evil called "I Got a Shotgun" that plays during the.
That sounds great, by the way, if you've never heard it.
So we'll hear the ending credits music here. And these are the credits that play. These are the outtake credits that you get for, I think, like your 5th clear of the game or something. Playing in the background here, where it's just a death montage. I had to recreate the credits for this one. I had to recreate all the text and transparency because I didn't want to play through the game 5 times in a row just to capture it off the PS1. So I took the FMV of the reel and then I superimposed the text on top of it, of the regular credits. So this is all very fakey.
And every comment on the video was like, "Wow, Cass, I can't believe the effort you went through to do this."
Nope, not a single person
appreciate
recognized
all of it.
So the description to this one, actually, no, let's look at a little bit of that chorus. Owar dasanai. And Fumitaka Fuchigami, the name of this artiste. To read the description, not necessarily a bad song, see, I admit it, but holy cow, does it not belong anywhere near these credits. The legend goes that the song was added without the producer's consent as an excuse to sell a promotional single along with the game. The producers would get their way in future revisions of Resident Evil, replacing the song with the equally cheesy Still Dawn, composed by Makoto Tomozawa. Fumitaka Fuchigami would later perform the credits music for the Japanese version of 1998's Tomba, titled Q Sera Sera. I believe this is also used in trailers for the game and so on and so forth. This was a big part of the promotion around this game, and I just don't think it fits. This does not scream Resident Evil to me, to say the least.
How many times do you have to beat the game to get this, though?
Like, it's like straight up, the song plays in every version of the credits. To get this outtake reel with people dying, you have to play 5 times, I believe.
All right, I thought you had to beat the game 5 times to hear these credits, and at that point, like, anything goes.
Sure.
I put the Mickey Rourke rap
at the end of Resident Evil in 1996. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm used to. First of all, I don't think the song's bad. As far as not being appropriate, I feel like I've seen a lot of like schlocky horror that had end credits that were just like, okay, we're going with this. All right. So, like, I don't know. That makes sense to me in its own way.
Sure.
Yeah, I find it funny. It reminds me. There's a few games I feel like around this time we're doing that. I always think of the original end credits song that Symphony of the Night has.
Yes.
I don't remember the composer's name. They also did the song from Metal Gear Solid 1, which is amazing end credits on that one. Whereas like the Symphony of the Night song sounds like a 90s straight to DVD Disney movie ending song. It's so strange. But yeah.
Doesn't belong in the playlist?
I think the context justifies it for me, personally.
I would say no.
Okay, that's fair. I think I'm erring on the side of it doesn't belong in the playlist. I think it's contextually funny. I think it's just like, me getting into this sort of more fringe stuff, sillier stuff that's harder to justify beyond it just being like, unfitting or silly or what have you. So, I would accept a counterpoint to this one, a counter argument to it. But, again, not taking it off the list. The ship has sailed.
Codeman brings up a good point of a lot of animes, a lot of dark animes having weirdly upbeat ending themes as well.
I'll grant that. But we have to move along because we're approaching the end of the third hour. We are not 3/4 of the way through this playlist.
I'm in for the long haul. I had my second energy drink. Great.
Well, the next song is a cut off of Hong Kong 97 for the Super Nintendo by way of Happy Soft, by way of Kowloon Kurosawa. This is I Love Beijing Tiananmen. This is famously a piece of propaganda music. It is like a Chinese sort of national anthem, I believe, type deal. Or not national anthem necessarily, but
no.
You know what I mean? Like a song that is meant to be like, like a song
patriotic.
Yes,
nationalistic
thank you.
Music. Yeah.
And in its capacity as an SNES song, it is chopped and screwed to be like a 5-second sample that loops indefinitely. And I went through the effort of recreating it using the original source material to give the highest quality possible version of the song.
Oh, nice.
So I did put the work into this one and into making it as presentable as possible. So let's listen along.
You don't hear this in the original.
No, you don't. I feel like having this intro adds a lot to the video, especially when we get to the gameplay footage. You can read our article on Hong Kong 97, by the way, on badgamehallofame.com/Hong-Kong-97.
Oh, wait, not yet. In there.
You'll know because the title card pops up for it.
Oh, this is weird to listen to.
Yes, it is, right?
Because that trumpet, you can't, it's like...
is indiscernible on the SNES.
Yeah, this is also way more smooth of a loop than it is in the actual game.
Yeah, I maybe gave it a little too much credit. I maybe went a little too hard on this one.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the HD remaster version. Okay, see, if I was running the channel, it would not be successful. One thing. I would have just uploaded the loop once. And that would have been the whole video.
That would have been funnier. I don't know, it's just funny in its own way. I like the way I did this. And this spoke to the weird amount of effort I was putting into stuff at this point in time.
Also, the viewers can't see this, but weird selection of shorts remixing this video on this one.
Yeah, no doubt. A lot of bootleg Pokemon cards from China, $20 booster box from China et al. Using this song.
Mm-hmm.
But
this one, what is there to be said? It's,
Yeah, what do I even say about this one? Deserves to be on the list, yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm glad I could present it in such pristine quality. Read our article on the game for the full story on why Kowloon Kurosawa is an asshole beyond just, making a tasteless game with like real bodies, real dead bodies in it, and so on and so forth. There's a whole lot to unpack. And the origins of the song and how they found it, how he just like had like some like VHS tape or Betamax tape lying around that happened to have this song like performed on it, and using that as the sample as the basis for it. Is at least interesting because he did do a tell-all interview, and that was the impetus for writing the article too, was like knowing that he had fessed up to the story behind Hong Kong 97 at a certain point. Then he would go on to do it again when the happy video game, not the happy video game nerd, that's Derek, the healthy video game nerd, another like knockoff AVGN channel, that's gimmick was that the guy was very physically fit, but he did a full sit-down interview in the same room as Kowloon Kurosawa because he was fluent in Japanese. So he did do like a valuable resource in providing that and grilling him on the game. But yeah, belongs on the playlist.
If you're ever wondering what happens if you do kill 1.2 billion, I think that was the number, enemies in the game, the answer is nothing.
Nothing, absolutely nothing. It just rolls over. Now this next one is 8 minutes long, but I designed I made a whole music video for it. I edited this whole video together for Wolfenstein 2, The New Colossus, and its version of We're Not Gonna Take It that plays over the ending credits as performed by Vale Roth. I wonder if this will be in the copyright system too. Let's find out.
You have exposed me to this one before.
This reminds me of the Homefront promotional album, which is shitty metalcore bands covering like classic war songs. This would have fit right in on that album, which I helped preserve on archive.org.
So this is your AMV?
Yes. This video goes in directions. This song goes on way too long, so I felt the need to...
Yeah, how is it 8 minutes?
Like, at first I'm just using footage from the trailers. A truly heinous cover. People have made arguments in the comments about this one, being like, this fits the tone of the game. You know, it's totally appropriate for, you know, if you take the themes of the game into consideration. I'm just like,
I don't agree with that.
What would have been worse, this, or if they went the route of slow down-tempo piano cover with soft vocals?
God, I honestly would have preferred that.
Well, I'll tell you, Mick Gordon does a cover of Leonard Cohen's The Partisan for the first Wolfenstein reboot, the one that had like the DLC. I think the Old Blood it's called. He does like a really hard version of that song that's fucking great. This is not on that level.
Yeah, he did work on the soundtrack for this.
Yeah, before Bethesda burned their bridges with him.
Yeah. I mean, this part of the song's fine, but it's not recognizable as the original at all.
Getting into weird, like, periphery shit here.
Yeah, this is just you wanted to make your own song.
We had to fill out 8 minutes. For some reason, we felt compelled to do a full 8-minute version of this fucking song. I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop in this video that I made. I don't remember all the beats I do in this.
Okay, this or the version about crypto coins?
Honestly, give me the crypto coin. Give me the NFT version of this song.
No, I can't. I just can't.
Okay, maybe not.
This is adjacent enough to the music I listen to that I could probably stomach it over that.
Huh?
It just keeps going.
Yeah.
It turned into like an Avril Lavigne backing track for a second there.
You said this is credits music, right?
Yes.
And the funny thing is, I beat this game, so I must have erased this from my mind.
Or hit skip credits.
Okay, I think this is where the music video starts taking a turn.
And, yep.
Fucking brutal Wolfenstein.
That's a good touch, though.
Just to see if anyone's still listening to the song at this point. I was like, this goes on so long. I should see if anyone's still watching the video at this point. And no one ever comments on these parts of the video. Again, completely wasted effort. I played this, tried to sync the action up to the music.
Did you, speaking of syncing up to the music, my imagination is that while they were making this song, they were watching the credits scroll, and they're like, are the credits done yet? No, okay, vamp, make more stuff.
Yeah.
More to the song. Does this, I have not watched this full video, does this eventually get into Super Noah's Ark 3D?
No, you'll see.
Just a touch of like, okay, it got to the part of the song where it actually kind of sounds like the original, which is an older song, so it goes to the older Wolfenstein. I appreciate that. That's very Johnny Core.
Well, you'll love what I do next in the video. You'll love some of the next shit I do with this.
This is a horrendous cover. This is... I know a few people here will know about this, but this is the Quran Iron Maiden tribute album level of terrible metal covers.
Again, listen to that Homefront album.
We're only 3/4 of the way through this list, so we gotta pick up the pace. Here's this full 8-minute music video I made.
Well, I gotta show this one off because I'm so proud of myself for this one. For a joke that absolutely no one appreciated because they didn't fucking watch this long. And then now we have a captive audience. So I can get this out of my system.
Slime says, song could use a bit more palm muting, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Okay, a lot of the last songs in the list are like 2 minutes, 3 minutes tops. Most of
I forget what the technique's called, but also the where you hit a down-tuned bass string so heavy that it like bends the note. Djent music likes to do that, apparently.
Gent.
Oh. Yeah, I've only seen it written down. I didn't know how you're supposed to pronounce it.
Yeah, I believe it's pronounced gent.
Ah.
Still going.
Yeah. Like, it's an interesting example, though, because it's, like, very technically proficient song. These people are very clearly good at playing their instruments, but they've made absolute garbage.
This is like, it's a secret level in Wolfenstein, by the way. This trick is still the same in Brutal Wolf as it is in regular Wolfenstein 3D. Secrets within secrets within secrets within secrets.
This sounds like the last song of an opening band for another act, but like they just got someone backstage saying, they're all passed out drunk, keep going. We're giving them coffee right now, just do something.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Apple II Wolfenstein, by the way. Yes. In case the gag here wasn't obvious.
Yes.
I'm very funny.
I'm not very familiar with this, so
it's bad. You have auto run on. The second you tap a direction, you keep moving in that direction. It makes the game fucking unplayable. And if you walk into a wall, it makes a really shrill noise too. So these games fucking suck. The original Wolfensteins do not hold up.
Is like the next cut going to be to like Pong or Tennis for Two or?
No, I don't remember the name of it. It's some. I'll spoil it. It's like some Wolfenstein 3D like fan game, like joke game that was made for like a game jam that I cut to, where it's like entirely like physics based.
Is it the one where you could like dig through walls?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So the subtle joke I would have maybe done earlier during the new Colossus footage is randomly put clips in of Wolfenstein 2009.
Yeah, just this trick.
It's like hidden in between like cuts, yeah.
Yeah, there we go. This game actually kind of rules.
Yeah, this game's fun.
Okay, I remember this now, yeah.
Again, this is just is anyone watching this type of gag, which you know, the longer shit goes on for, the more of those I'm prone to put into something.
Way earlier in the show, Johnny was talking about like something sound like algo music when you tell it to like extend a song. Like, I'm almost feeling that now. Like, it's not there yet.
Oh, yeah, I forget what that's called, but yeah, the program that like tries to make longer versions of songs, yeah.
Yeah, this does feel like it is. It's just like we've lost the plot so long ago. It is just like, well, what more can we do? Like, what sounds like the previous thing we just did? I'm gonna go ahead and say up front here, yeah, it belongs on the list for sure. What the fuck
this
is
thing fucking sucks ass.
Yeah. You could
Why is it going for so long? I mean, I know why. It's credits. It's end credits. But still.
Well, pre-order now.
Because even... Oh, nice. Because that's the thing. When I think of like games that will do end credits at, you know, music, and the credits will go on for like another 10 minutes, they'll just play other songs. That's an option.
Yeah, they didn't do an extended version of Won't Back Down with Eminem and Pink. They didn't have them come up with like 20 new verses for those credits.
Yeah, I think if you cut out the parts where the lyrics from We're Not Gonna Take It are there, you would have like not an amazing song of this genre, but you'd have like, oh, that's an okay version.
You know what? As someone who listens to this genre, not really.
No, this is
not
bad
like
all over.
Outstanding, But like, I wouldn't be as annoying. But like, the fact this is meant to be, we're not going to take it by Twisted Sister. Twisted or Twisted Sisters?
Twisted Sister.
It's like what? Like, it's not. It just isn't.
No, it isn't.
No, even taken by itself, again, as someone who listens to this sort of music, this is just weird and meandering in a way that doesn't seem like it has any sort of point.
Yeah,
Fair enough. There were like small segments where it's like, oh, this could have been good in like a better song. Is the kind of the feeling I got.
You can say that about any song. This could have been good in a better song.
B sharp. This could have been better in a different song.
I'd argue not some of the ones we've heard today.
Okay, fair point. Now let's move along because that one did take up time. But I wanted to get my fucking credit in. I wanted to get my shit in. The next one is a brisk 1 minute. It is the theme of Spider-Man from Spider-Man on the Sega Genesis.
Oh, this game.
Is this the one I'm thinking of?
This one is so fucking obnoxious. You know, also, I'm a longtime hater of the Fox animated Spider-Man series that this is ostensibly
I was
rooted
going to
in.
bring that up. But, you know, this is not a good version of that theme song.
I must have hit start real fast on the controller whenever I played this game. 'Cause I don't remember this.
And yeah. And I kind of predicted it, but I can already see one of the comments on the video is that, yeah, the argument for this is just going to be technically impressive. But I think the counter to that is that doesn't save the audio experience.
No, certainly not.
Oh, wait a minute.
Slime in chat says, voice sounds like if you squeeze a robot's balls.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. So Spider-Man versus the Kingpin is the game I had.
Yeah,
the box cover for Spider-Man versus the Kingpin just says Spider-Man. So I always thought I had Spider-Man.
Gotta love it.
Okay, that's why I didn't recognize this music.
Anyway, it belongs on the list, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's an awful sound.
I think there's even worse music somewhere in this game or in one of the Spider-Man games. There's like a carnival or circus level in one of these games that everyone in the comments is like, where's that fucking song? You should put that song in. It's way worse. But
By the way, I'm just gonna say, what 4th gen game didn't have a carnival level?
That's very true. They even made a whole game about it, Nightmare Circus. And next one is another fairly popular one on the playlist, another crowd pleaser. And is one that featured in our Cursed Kart Racers series, for it is the main theme to Shrek Swamp Kart Speedway on the Game Boy Advance. In fact, I think this was the first upload on the playlist to actually gain any sort of traction long before the other ones started picking up steam. I think this was the first one to pop off with any amount of views. So let's listen to it now.
When I pop off.
Penis music.
In my head, this is what the Buck Bumble theme sounds like to Cass.
Yeah. I love the owner of a lonely heart shit they sneak into this song.
Oh, I never noticed that. Now you mention it, I can't unhear it.
Yeah, it's gonna loop again and you'll hear it. Slime asking, this is one of the ones you get death threats over? No, mercifully.
We've talked about Distant Cry before. This is just ironically exactly what his bad beats sound like.
Alright, here's the loop point. In the bit where they lift from Owner of a Lonely Heart. Is these lyrics, obviously. Yeah, it's... Oh, wait. It's straight up, right? Like...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that song even in the Shrek soundtrack?
No.
Probably not.
I don't know. I don't watch fucking kids' movies. If I can help it.
Okay, granted, maybe it's in the third or the fourth one. I doubt it. I I don't know if they got
So-
Smash Mouth to cover that.
If this was more overtly sexual, this would also be like Ball's 3D music.
I mean, the ooh yeah is the sound of the guy coming.
You know what?
Yeah,
you
but
know,
you
you're saying
know-
penis. You're saying penis music. Maybe this should be Ball's music.
Ooh yeah, new genre. We're inventing it on the fly here.
Oh no, is the Executioner a baghead?
I think Tax.
No,
that's
that's
a
a
thing to
hood.
me.
I-
Yeah.
Hoods and bags. Yeah, I guess there is a distinction to be made there. Anyway, that song fucking sucks. That game fucking sucks worse though.
Yeah. Yep.
Belongs on the list.
Yes, absolutely.
Johnny, do you agree?
No.
Disagree?
Yeah, no, definitely.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Look at Shrek's face down there, by the way.
That's the face I'm making, laughing right now. The next one comes from Fantasia, which, if you may recall, is the Disney animated musical. They made a Genesis version of it. It's called Fantasia on the Sega Genesis. And the entire
played
soundtrack
this.
sucks. The intro, the prologue to today's stream, were the fake, like, synthesized orchestral thing before it went into the ba-na-na-na-na-na-na. That's also from the same game. For this is Fantasia's take on the famous Night on Bald Mountain. Let's listen. Again, just the concept of let's adapt an animated musical and then have music that sounds like this.
This is sub Earthworm Jim levels.
The entire soundtrack is like this. This game sucks. This soundtrack sucks even worse.
I'm just saying, like, Earthworm Jim, either one or two, also had Night on Bald Mountain music.
Yeah.
A Toccata and Fugue, if you want to be correct about it. And, boy, that sounded way better than this.
Yeah, it was a while ago. I remember one of the early streams I watched. I think this game was featured for some reason.
Yeah, this was a Chance Time game.
Ah, yeah, and it's also where I learned that this game was technically, at least really illegally. They didn't actually have the proper rights to do a Fantasia adaptation.
Sounds about fucking right for Infogrames.
Absolutely deserves to be on the list. It's awful. We've heard this song done actually better on the same hardware.
Yeah.
Yeah, belongs, hangs for sure. And that game is a hanging offense. Next up, another movie adaptation. This is The Wizard of Oz on Super Nintendo. This is the song Poppy Fields. Blow my whistle, baby. Random note music.
It's been a while since you've heard a good old-fashioned, just shrill track on this stream here.
My favorite part coming up soon. Yeah, break it down. It's like, you know, if you thought the whistle was the worst part of the song, wait till you hear this.
Is this turning into a Rush song? This is just like the trees that break down in there.
And that's the loop point.
Before that part where it was just the whistle, like that was straight up like 1942 over again.
Slime in chat saying, hate all you want, but this was actually very technically impressive for time. Shut up. Shut the fuck up.
Okay, so genre video game music, I put this in, and this is speculation, but the stuff that sounds like we had someone on the team who could program the music, but didn't know anything about music. But well, no one else knows how to make it, so Do your best, Jim.
Writing music or writing code, it's all the same to me.
Because, yeah, I mentioned the Family Tracker stuff, but I don't know about Super Nintendo, but at least with NES, like, you weren't using, like, a music program. You were basically just writing the code of, like, what it was going to sound like. So it's not like you were listening back or looking at sheet music or a keyboard layout. So, and this is why this gives me the vibe of, like, someone who doesn't know music, because the notes are just like, yeah, I'm just placing notes.
Oh, this feels like
Whatever.
someone free. I mean, maybe you could be right, because I'm about to say that just sounds like someone freestyling. Not well, but it sounds like someone like just kind of feels themselves in the studio, like, yeah, just let the notes play, man.
Just riffing, man. It's like jazz.
Yeah. Well, no, that's a great analogy. It's like that, but in a coding fashion is my theory.
Someone, I can
Also,
imagine
great
like
freeze frame at the end here.
I can imagine like towards the end of the loop, that like almost percussion-y breakdown. I really do think like some guy was thinking to himself like, yeah, I'm the new Neil Peart. Come on. Deserves to be on the list.
Deserves to be on the list. Thank you. Yes, Johnny.
Yes.
Okay, making sure. Next up.
It's been a while since we've had any doesn't deserve to be on the list, I think.
Yeah, no, I was tightening my game up a bit at this point. Next up, I put together a medley of songs from Captain Novolin on the SNES because I believe the entire soundtrack sucks. We'll listen to just like one song off of it, maybe two. I know what two songs I would want to listen to off of this soundtrack. Title song absolutely hangs. Watch our Rhea Systems Spectacular for a full playthrough of Captain Novolin, along with partial playthroughs and full playthroughs of every other Rhea Systems game on the SNES. Also read our article for the full story behind the development of this game, badgamehallofame.com/captain-novolin.
Oh, I didn't know you had a custom code.
Yeah, no, that was packaged with the instruction manuals for the game that you got from like your doctor's office or hospital. They had codes that were meant to correspond to different blood glucose levels.
Oh, yeah. I'm
There's
just used to everyone putting in the zeros. I'm impressed you got your own code.
Yeah, no, there's 3 codes that are recognized that change the game.
Oh. That's funny considering there's technically 1,000 numbers you can put in.
I'm trying to think of where this transitions into something else. Around here. I should have time coded this. I should time code this. But the song I want to get to... But you get the idea of what these songs sound like from...
oh, yeah. That was a nice transition, though.
Oh, no, I'm a brilliant. I'm a genius when it comes to this stuff. I want to get to the quiz music.
What is up with that MIDI guitar?
Name of this track is Diabetes Trivia. We use this song whenever we do whenever I ask you 2 questions on the stream. Whenever I bring the show to a grinding halt to grill you about your bad game trivia facts. But I just love the escalation of this track. It's like, how high in the notes are they gonna get? Surely this is.
Yeah. It's different. I feel like the intention behind this was legally distinct Jeopardy
Yes.
theme. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Then they go down. They reach a peak, then they go down the scale, and they go backwards and forwards.
I forget the name of it. There's a name for a scale technique you can do to make a song sound like it's constantly rising in pitch. The
Shepherd's tone.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. Yeah. The most famous video game example is the Infinite Staircase in Super Mario 64. And everyone's go do 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 do.
I do like when music like keeps rising like this because I think theoretically it doesn't ever have to stop. You eventually just get out of the range of human hearing, but you don't have to stop.
The only way to stop him is to shoot him dead.
I say that a lot.
Yes, you do.
I wonder why they went for the solo instrument on this one.
Anyway, yeah, Captain Novolin's soundtrack as a whole, not good.
No, that deserves to be in the list, both for not being good and being attached to a notorious bad one.
Yes.
Yeah. And a good representation for like the worst of Super Nintendo sound font as well.
And you know, reminder, this game, the actual developers in this game, Sculptured Software, back when they were a mercenary studio that would take any fucking gig, rush anything to pass. So, next up, now that we've agreed this belongs in the list, another SNES game. I was in a real SNES mood, I guess, when I did these three in a fucking row. I guess I really wanted to make some sort of point about how bad the SNES sounds. For the next song, hails from Doomsday Warrior. The name of this track is Shadow, Left Hand of God. Composed by Junta. All that's known. This is the penultimate boss theme of this game, where you fight your shadow self. This is the song that plays for every character as you fight your shadow self. It's just meandering nonsense.
You know, this is the first one in a while that I thought, like, I like what this is going for. It's not pulling it off, but I like what it's going for.
Yeah, I feel that too. Like, it's bad, but I am enjoying the attempt.
It's almost anxiety-inducing at points.
Yeah.
Which is good for this.
See, I have the problem where I can get enjoyment out of somewhat most intentionally unlistenable stuff, going all the way from some Gex songs all the way to the Locust, which is straight up music that's meant to be unlistenable, the Locust. This is a very different energy, but it's like, it's bad, but I like listening to it.
Fair.
Yeah, I'm enjoying this.
I think there is some contention on this one. I think there are a few comments like, this song's fine.
I do think if that stab string was playing all the way through, though, I would turn off this song quicker.
Yeah.
At least it has, like, different sections.
I think the part after the sting, like, the song's kind of like in two parts. There's before the sting and then after the sting. I think the after the sting part is, like, in general better.
Yes, absolutely.
But overall, I do actually like that one. I think that's one I would... First one in a while, I would say I don't think it should be on the list. Because I think that one's decent. I think I kind of like it. It's definitely a little rough, but I do enjoy it.
Got a beat and you can dance to it. Mm-hmm. How about you, Johnny?
Yeah, no,
you agree?
No, I think it should be on the list, but I feel as positive about it, which is maybe weird, but that's just how I feel.
Hey, that's fair. I think it belongs on the list because I think that part, the stings, as you were calling it, that is just so, like...
You know, the sting is the, like, da-da, da-da,
yeah, that's the bit, the stabbing. Yeah, the very, psycho.
Sure.
That's...
Well, I just think whatever you call that... Fucking...
Yeah, I don't know what that is, like a bassoon or a...
Whatever it is, I think it's fucking annoying. I think it's grating.
Yeah.
But hey... You know, I think it is, like, at least a composed song. I don't hate it. I think it is silly more than that, more than anything. But I do think it can be shrill to listen to based on that first part. Anyhow, we move along. Another N64 racing game. This is Rave Rush off of the San Francisco Rush Extreme Racing soundtrack. And I wonder what this one has in store.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, this one.
Oh boy. Yeah, this is pretty fucking dire, huh? This is.
I remember this one from a Thor High Heels video, and she put, like, a choir of Pikachus on screen singing along with the hello.
Good. This is definitely worse than the other one. The what was it? Fucking
Cruis'n USA. Yeah.
Yeah.
But this is another one of those that like kind of makes me smile when I hear it.
Yeah, yeah.
Deserves to be on the list, yeah. But
it does, yeah.
Makes me smile.
Yeah. I feel like we need a name for this, where like video games discover like, oh yeah, we could do sampling, just not well. You got like one sample and you can pitch it.
I would call it faux DJ shit.
Yeah. I have to find out what the name of those keyboards is that had all the DJ like sound effects that
I had a keyboard that had all that like sounding stuff built in. It had a DJ button you would press on it.
Yes.
That would switch to all this shit.
That's the exact one that my school had. Ooh.
We got a little bit of a walking bass line there, and then he just had to ruin it with the samples again. They keep doing
stereo.
I love that panning. What?
Yes.
What?
See, I told you, chat, you should put headphones on for this stream. Get the full experience. Oh, Cass, can you put can you put like those ASMR disclaimers in the title for this VOD where it's like must wear headphones or something? That'd be really funny. Probably shouldn't do that.
They keep finding new and unique ways to make that sample unlistenable.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, this is a speed up. This is in the last minute of the race. It's the Nightcore version of the song.
Yeah. Oof.
Those are some stabs.
Yeah. Oh, the bass got even louder in the mix.
The bassist in me appreciates what they do with the bass line. And by bassist, I mean I played bass guitar for like a couple of years and never got any good at it. Then I broke my bass guitar, and then I never bothered to get it repaired or buy a new bass guitar. So I, at that point, stopped being a bass player. That is the sum of my musical experience beyond, like, you know, being someone who, as a child, was made to learn how to play piano, and then as soon as I didn't have to play piano anymore, stopped playing piano.
Yeah, fun. Definitely deserves to be on the list, but it's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I like the way I end that, by the way, where I crashed into the wall. Game over first place. Belongs on the list. Very silly. Yeah. Puts a smile on the face, but it's not good. All right. Now,
good work. Dino Gem awarded.
Thank you. Now, earlier in this list, we are finally in the final 10 at this point, so we're nearing some sort of an ending. We talked about songs that are programmed wrong, songs that are just like actual like coding errors happening. And that is the case for this next track, which is the main menu music to Billiard 2008 on the NES, which is a unlicensed hack re-release of, was it Lunar Pool? I think I have it in the description for this. So we'll get to this song, and I will eventually read from the description here.
Oh, yeah, this one.
That's that fire.
It's weird. It doesn't sound like falling down the stairs, but it sounds like the concept of falling down the stairs. Like if it was given musical form.
There's an occasional bit in like the way back end that's just like a really shrill chirp. But it only pops up on occasion because this is in fact broken.
It sounds like music for like skipping through the park, but it's like an eldritch horror skipping through a park made of flesh.
you hear that chirp? Did you hear that?
A bit of it, yeah.
Okay, so description to this one reads, included as part of multiple Famicom Yaro bootleg compilations, Billiard 2008 is a hack of an officially licensed NES title Lunar Pool. In addition to editing the game's title screen and some other slight cosmetic alterations, the most notable change comes in the form of the game's soundtrack, which seems to have been inadvertently corrupted in the process of editing the other parts of the game's code. As such, the original soundtrack, as arranged by Compile's Masatomo Miyamoto, now plays back as a discordant nightmare with seemingly random noises and steering offbeat throughout.
Beautiful. Mwah.
So yeah, this is a rough one for the fact that it is legitimately broken. I think this one was... this is where I started adding these fucking end cards to try and direct more traffic to the site, so don't mind these. At least it's a clear endpoint for the video, so I know when to pause now. Yeah, that one is rough. That one is painful. One of the painful bad ones. I don't think there's too much disagreement in the comments on this one, mercifully. And probably not too much disagreement from you two on this one.
Yeah.
No.
Earns its place. I'm sure the original version in Lunar Pool is fine of that song, but it is just the fact that this was reproducible, that this was what this song consistently sounded like across these bootleg cartridges, and that no one like play tested them to double check to see that, you know, these games even worked when they included them in these compilations. Because a lot of the games you just try to launch it just would straight up not work on these bootleg cartridges as well. And sometimes when they did, this is the music you would get because there's no one quality assured any of this shit. So in that way, it endures. Next up, this is a semi-longish one, the last of the semi-longish ones, I think. Second to last of the semi-longish ones. This is a cutoff of Turok 2, The Seeds of Evil's PC version specifically. This is a track known as the Death Marshes that accompanies the level of the Death Marshes.
Oh, I'm rubbing the hands together again for this one.
This one, a lot of people don't listen to it long enough because this intro part is like fine, atmospheric sufficiently. In fact, I'm going to read the description while I still can. I'm going to rush through this. In an attempt to present the second level of Turok 2 as having an ominous and foreboding atmosphere, composer Darren Mitchell constructed a song featuring deliberately discordant instrumentals. While the underlying rhythmic elements are appropriate for the tone being established, its use of particularly shrill horns, monotonous drumming, and unpleasant crashes in the track, the convergence of all the instruments going off-key and off-tempo simultaneously, which makes the song either unpleasant or comical to many. The recurring looping nature of the song compounds these issues, resulting in a track which can quickly grate on players over the course of the Death Marshes level. This is when I was writing more elaborate descriptions to try and defend my picks.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, that's fair.
Oh, here it is.
Yeah.
The orchestra is being attacked by elephants.
Yeah. Because, yeah, the context is, like, these levels take, like, a long time to beat. So you're hearing this loop, like, dozens of times.
Stalling.
It gets better. By better, I mean worse. There's one instrumentation choice in particular.
I get what they were going for. I totally see what they were going for.
Yes, you see the vision. But in execution...
Yeah.
Also, can I just say, I hated playing this game. I don't think the Turok games are any good at all. Getting the footage for this.
Yeah, I always think...
Personally.
Yeah, I always think of when you find source did a playthrough and a fan made an edit that's called the rose tinted cut. That goes from like how much he loves the game, and then like halfway through the playthrough, he's like, "Oh no, this does not hold up." Like, you like the gunplay enough, but like the level design seems to hold this one back.
Friends.
Thank you
Just
for the
in time.
raid.
Yeah, welcome, Raiders.
Thank you.
Don't mind us first listening to a selection of bad game music that I assembled nearly a decade ago. Is coming to roost now. Such a bad decision. I get where they're going for as well with this song. Doesn't work in execution.
And again, imagine you're listening to this for like
30, 40 minutes, an hour. Yeah. It gets worse.
Oh, it's not. We haven't hit the loop yet. Oh.
Ugh. It's not Jackie Chan.
Thank you, Turok.
Brown.
Redrill says they thought the contrast of going from the ending of Final Fantasy X to this would be funny as hell, so hello. Yeah. I'm glad to torture your viewers with this.
Yeah. Also, this bit's fine, but I just like how different this bit is.
Yes.
Like, this is a different song.
It sounds like an orchestra trying to make a song and constantly getting, like, attacked and raided by different forces, trying to stop them.
Yeah.
Like, armies coming in, elephants, just stampedes.
Yeah. But also they're hooked up to bombs that will explode if they stop playing. So, you better keep playing.
Louise says parts of this remind them of the Drakengard OST.
Yeah, I see it.
I think I ran out of gameplay footage here, so I kept this on screen for a particularly long.
It
does.
C'est magnifique. This one.
Yeah, boy fucking howdy, huh? That one part in particular where it really comes crashing down for a prolonged period of time is genuinely like an attack.
Yeah. Sneaks up on you.
Absolutely belongs in the list.
Yeah, not a lot of people make it to the part of the song where like it really kicks in. Like there's people listening like to the first minute of it and like this sounds fine, and then just like it degrades, it deteriorates, it becomes an attack on the senses, and I love it for it. Slime in chat saying, "Oh damn, I was wondering where I could find bad game reviews, failed console retrospectives, and more." Hey, look, I was trying, okay? I was trying to push traffic towards the website back when that was a priority, back when we weren't doing the streaming thing. This series, you can really see it as a reflection of like where I was at the time, what my priorities were, me coming into myself, doing like more editing and stuff, and so on and so forth. At this point, I was just like, can I try to get some sort of fucking traffic off of this? Can this translate at all into viewership, into readership on the website? And it did not work for that. Let me just say that this never translated into readership on the website, that these uploads did not help at all, that the YouTube audience was firmly on YouTube and did not give a fuck about like the long form articles we were writing. So it failed in that way. I think there's at least a little bit more translation, a little bit more conversion of people who watch these uploads on the Bad Game Music Hall of Fame playlist on YouTube and then might check out a stream like this, right? Or of an archive like this and understand what we're about and maybe like give us a shot. If you are someone who is this is the first you're being exposed to us here at the Bad Game Hall of Fame, watching this video on the Bad Game Music Hall of Fame playlist. Hi, howdy. Thank you for sticking with it for 4 hours, nearly so far. We hope to get you home in the next 30 or so. So we'll bring it on home soon enough, I promise you. But thank you for sticking with it for this long. And to our longtime fans, you all know what this is. You're used to this by now. You're used to being tortured by us. You're used to being dragged, kicking, and screaming through all this shit by this point. So, speaking of kicking and screaming, we return to the ZX Spectrum for this next one. So you know this one's going to be bad, and this one is really bad. This one is, again, on the painful side. This is the course select music for Super Hang-On's conversion to the ZX Spectrum. So, again, brace yourselves. You know, technically impressive. It's I hope you won't mind if I talk over this one. Read the description.
Go for it.
Warning, the audio playing in this video is reduced to minus 24 decibels on account of the use of constant square wave audio. Though the attempt here is to prevent the audio from playing back too loudly, there's only so much that can be done as a precautionary measure. Thanks, me. The ZX Spectrum microcomputer utilizes a one-channel, one-bit audio output, generally not intended for extended musical output. While some composers were able to push the limits of the provided hardware to provide some decently pleasant tunes, Melvit Dink was clearly not up to the challenge in programming the course select music for Electric Dreams' conversion to Super Hang-On.
You don't say.
Yeah, unlike the other ZX Spectrum game we looked at, no, I don't fuck with this one. But I do think it could be sampled into a really good, like, Speak or Gabba song or something.
Terracore music. Yeah, that one, though, is, I have to take my earbud out and, like, put my finger in my ear and unclog it real quick. I have to pop my... Ooh. Boy, howdy. You still with us, Sharky?
Yeah, I'm here.
You can still hear us? I'm happy. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry about that one, folks. So does it hang on the list? The super hang on hang on the list?
Yeah, it does.
Oy vey. Yeah, that one is just pure pain. I don't think anyone steps up to defend that one, mercifully. Next up is a little less painful. It's not good. It is Sagat's stage music from the original Street Fighter, the original arcade Street Fighter. Let's give it a listen. Final boss of the original Street Fighter, and this is what you're treated to.
Try again, kiddo.
So again, thanks to the Thor High Heels video that you did a while back. She says that this is trying to emulate an actual instrument.
Yes, I have that in the description here.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and read the description. Sagat's stage theme in the original Street Fighter attempts to evoke the soundscape of his home country, Thailand, in particular the dulcet tones of a traditional gong circle, a Kong Wong Yai, or Kong Wong Lek. Unfortunately, given the limitations of programmable sound in 1987, the results here missed the mark by a smidge, resulting in a particularly shrill composition. When set as the background music for one of the most frustrating boss battles in fighting game history, the combination is quite potent.
So yeah, to my ears, this is maybe a bit overly harsh in places.
Oh, you don't say?
Yeah.
By the way, do you see that? I win the fight, but lose.
You've got to learn, lot to learn before you try again, kiddo.
I don't even remember what happens here. How I win the fight, but still lose the match. Rio won the third round. That's right, because there's a draw, and if you have a draw round, and there's 1, 2, they just like fucking count you out. They just enemy won the fight over you. What a bunch of bullshit. What a fucking horrible game. What a horrible song.
Street Fighter 1 is a hard, mean game.
I love the version, the cabinet of it where you have to where it has one button that you press extra hard for punch, and one button you press extra hard for kick.
Yeah, one for kick. Yeah.
And depending on whether you do it light, medium, or strong, where you physically hit it, and you would just break your hand on it at a certain point when the rubber started coming off. So they quickly put out revision cabinets where it's just like proper 6 buttons. It's very funny though. Interesting the way fighting games could have gone. So, does it hang?
I would still say hangs on the list.
No doubt. Yeah. Let's move along then to one that probably doesn't hang. That I think is another silly one that I find endearing. It is another English version of a song that is better in its original Japanese. This is the intro to Final Zone 2 on the PC Engine CD. This is Bowie's Chance. And while it plays, I'm going to run and quickly try to pee while this song plays. So hopefully I can do this in less than 1 minute and 35 seconds. So y'all two talk about this one.
Yeah, I don't know if this is a potentially hot take, but I get the feeling this song was more written for like a higher range, like feminine voice, and the vocalist had to go lower range to hit all the notes, and that's the main failure of the song for me.
I think this is a banger.
Yep.
There's
You know
also
that
another
image of,
great
like-
song for Momoko Ring. She gets her own character song in this game too.
I love the actual song itself, but I think that's why the vocalist is not it's not doing it justice.
You know that image of Jeff Gerstmann, like, kind of rocking his head back and forth listening to the theme to Inca?
Yes.
Like, I'm feeling that right now listening to that song. That ruled. I mean, you know, deserves to be on the list. Not good, but that ruled.
Yeah, one of these days we'll have a double feature stream where we do Final Zone 2 back to back with Last Alert, both on the PC Engine CD, for their voice acting, for their soundtracks. Let me read the description to this one real quick, by the way, because there is a video description for this one. Technically the third installment in Telnet's Final Zone franchise, Final Zone 2 would see the series brought to NEC's TurboGrafx PC Engine CD hardware with the capability for CD audio. Naturally, full advantage was taken to this functionality, and players are treated to a pair of songs featuring vocal tracks. Bowie's Chant serves as the game's title screen track and attempts to summarize the game to ensue with its masterful lyrics, encouraging players to crush, destroy Ruman, the game's final boss, and to watch their enemies burst into flames with bazookas, an altogether silly ditty for a game taking itself deathly seriously, further undermined by disinterested voice acting throughout the brief campaign. So there you go. I like that song a lot in a cheesy way, and the Momoko Ring theme is also equally a banger and belongs similarly for the fact that they're fun but silly and sort of undercut the drama of the game, if you will. Does it belong on the list according to you two?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, very
Fun
good.
as hell, though.
Yeah,
Yes,
I would like
absolutely.
a city pop like higher vocal range version of it though.
The Japanese version, the original Japanese version, might be that. I know the Momoko Ring theme in
I'll look
Japan,
that up then,
Japanese
yeah.
is also like way different in terms of the vocal performance delivered. But we move on, just because I'm getting the hunger shakes now. So we've been going on way too long. Next up is Casper the Friendly Ghost, the cover of the classic theme as performed on the Game Boy in Casper on the Game Boy.
I remember the Casper theme.
Well, this isn't going to remind you of it.
Yeah, don't remember sounding like that.
There's like an electric, like there's like, do you hear like the drum? It sounds like something like getting like electrically charged.
I feel like I mentioned this when we did it on the Casper stream, but it almost sounds like the drums are doing like double bass drum shit.
No, the sound I get is like a video game that's trying to, you know, like an electric wire that's broken, like as an obstacle.
Yes.
In like an 8-bit game, and that's what it would sound like. When I first messed with Family Tracker and I made like intentionally like, oh, what would a bad game song sound like? This was the vibe.
The conclusion you landed on, yeah.
Yeah, it was something very similar to this. But yeah, again, someone I bet who like could program the music but didn't know how to do music.
Yeah, definitely
Like,
that
now
kind of
I'm picking
vibe.
up the now I'm picking up the Casper, music out of it as it ends.
That's a banger, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
But
I like that weird, again, double bass drum ass that you were calling like an electrical noise.
does it belong on the list?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it does. Next up, maybe up for some debate, and I have a little story to this one as well. Next up is Pizza Man, one of the songs featured in Radical Bikers, the arcade game Radical Bikers.
Yeah, this game.
From Smashing Drive developers, Gallico. When I uploaded this one, this selection was picked in order to help commemorate Morten Kierkegaard, a MAME contributor who was instrumental in decrypting the protection behind Gallico's arcade titles, who had passed.
I'm the pizza man.
Oh, I remember this song.
Yeah.
This song's a banger, but the lyrics are absolutely incomprehensible. The toppings on the pizza here that they offer are like a nightmare.
More cheese. More beer. More cheese. Well, mozzarella. Get out of my way. I'm a radical biker. Get out of my way. I'm a radical man. Get out of my way.
I mean, I love this.
Yeah.
It's the perfect theme song to this goofy-ass game.
Yeah, and I'll say, though it's a little better, the Smash and Drive soundtrack also has a lot of this energy.
Yeah. Yes.
I'm assuming it's the same composer. I'm
It
not
absolutely sounds like it. You say fuck yeah?
Nonsense. Absolute nonsense at a certain point.
It's maybe a stretch, but I feel like this vocalist is trying to do like David Lee Roth, but not being able to. It reminds me a bit of like the Ice Cream Man song, like he's trying to do.
Yes. Bone apple tea.
Just like Mama used to make.
Okay. So confession. All the other songs that featured on the Bad Game Music Hall of Fame, most of them, if not all of them, I would either rip from the games themselves. I would find ways to like take the most uncompromised, uncompressed audio out of them. So I would find like original soundtracks, like record releases. You saw the work I did in tracking down the Hong Kong '97 one. So I was putting the work in. For this one, I recognize that the way that the music is sequenced, it is like samples mixed with like instrumental in the game, and so ripping that out of like the MAME file, I couldn't figure out how to do. There's a PS1 version of the game that is also like equally arcane and difficult to rip from. So when it came to this one, when it came to this Pizza Man song, I did find a YouTube upload of it that I took the music from that. I ripped the music from that, and then I set it to the gameplay, and I totally, this is on me, forgot to credit the YouTube uploader who originally uploaded it. They found me. Did they delete their comments here? I think they actually deleted their comment here. At a moment in time, hold on, let me see if I sort by top comments, sort newest, oldest. Let's see if I can find. Yeah, this person fucking deleted their comments. Okay. So I'm just going to recount this story. The YouTube uploader who ripped the music from the game left a comment on this video, left a reply to it, saying like, hey, you stole my music. And they were like very like indignant about it in a way that I didn't appreciate. Believe it or not, I got mad at someone on the internet, or not mad, not mad necessarily as much as just like I got indignant back. They said like, like way to steal my fucking music, calling it my music. And so I'm like, I went off on them. I said something to the effect of like, hey, like credit's due. I pinned the comment too to be like, hey, I'll pin your comment so people know that you're the one who originally made the music work here. But like to claim that it's your music is a bit of a fucking stretch, my guy. You're not the original composer. And I basically like tore him to shreds as being like, hey. And then I went to his channel and found that he was lying to people and pretending that he was the composer, or not correcting people who were like commenting on his upload of it, being like, thank you for making this song. Thank you for, making this song. I love the soundtrack to this game. And he'd be like, you're welcome. And just like deliberately misleading people. So I called him out on that too, being like, hey, like this isn't like, claiming that it's your song, pretending like you wrote this song is a little fucking egregious, don't you think? So, like, yeah, I may have forgotten to have credited you initially, and I'll give that to you now, but the ownership you're trying to assert over the song that you had no part in beyond ripping it and uploading it to YouTube is like, kind of fucking shameful. To which they responded, too long, didn't read. To which I responded again, being like, okay, now I know that I don't need to apologize to you. Now I know that you're not to be taken seriously. Now I know you're just a fucking clown straight up. And that everyone here reading this now knows you're a fucking clown. And I got a lot of likes, and that man got no likes, so.
Yeah, and also definitely read the full comment.
No, absolutely. So anyway, I thought that was just a funny story to emerge from this. That it was a funny little tangent that happened there. And I guess that guy didn't want the credit for it
either. Yeah.
I guess the guy didn't want the credit anymore because he deleted his fucking comment. He deleted whatever, and he got so ashamed. He got so fucking embarrassed by my replies eviscerating him that he eventually just deleted it without me noticing. So that's pretty funny. That's a fun little addendum that I'm just discovering now in real time. We agree this belongs on the list?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Now this next one, this is maybe the most contentious one. More contentious than that Sonic Vela-Nova one or the other Sonic one. This is, and I know some people like in my immediate vicinity, in my immediate friends groups who were mad at me for this one. This is Stepping Wind off the soundtrack to Klonoa 2 Lunatee's Veil. This is sung by the voice actor for Klonoa. It is sung in the made-up language of the Klonoa universe. 1 million people left that comment to let me know it's actually the Klonoa voice actor singing in the language. Doesn't help. Doesn't mean anything. Let's take a listen. And this is the one that I really am curious about your opinions on. So let's give this a good listen.
The Nier soundtrack also had a made-up language, so...
Yeah, as I said.
Could be as good as that, hopefully.
I find this so fucking annoying and obnoxious. This drives me up the fucking wall.
So, what was the context? Like, where does this song play?
During
like
this level. During this snowboarding
during the level.
Yep. During this exact level. It plays, like, along with this. This is an accurate representation of it.
Yeah, because my defense was going to be like, oh, if this was like a, joke, they knew that this voice singing was going to sound bad, I would defend it. But if it's like level music, now I'm not sure.
I'm not going to be fervently defending this, but I do like this. not like as a casual listen but for Klonoa for this game. Yeah, this is fine.
I like the instrumental,
I don't.
but the lyrics to me is like, yeah, if this wasn't to troll, then it's like, yeah, I don't know what they were thinking. But if this was meant to be like, hey, wouldn't it be funny to have this voice try and sing? That I would.
Let me
I
read the
would
description
fuck
to
with.
this one.
Yeah,
Let me
go
read the
ahead.
video description. It might illuminate a little bit more of my process and my thought process here. In another inductee that is sure to cause some debate, the theme to Mounts of Mira Mira stage in Klonoa 2 Lunate's Veil features Klonoa's own voice actor, Kumiko Watanabe, providing lyrical accompaniment to an admittedly decent instrumental, save for some droning percussion during the chorus that...
Oh yeah,
That
it's like
shit
sequence
fucking
drums
drives
and
me up the
not-
wall. The problem is the song is sung by Watanabe as Klonoa themselves, complete with shrill-toned vocals and a nonsense language made up for the game. In the song's appearance in a future game, 2005's Namco x Capcom, these vocals are mercifully omitted, perhaps demonstrating a knowing by Namco that the original version is not palatable to most people's ears. Of additional note, the North American retitling of the song is known as Wahoo Stomp, with Stepping Wind representing the track's original Japanese titling is written in English alphabet to boot. Break it down.
Oh, nice save.
Yep. I am a god gamer. Like, I like Denpa Pop, right? Which is, like, deliberately, like, you know, voice cracking, very shrill, high register J-pop. The likes of, like, Mosaic.wave and Nanahira. I feel like if this wasn't nonsense lyrics, if I knew, like, this was, like, an actual language and actual words being sang and, like, I just didn't understand the language, I would still hate this, because
Okay.
these whatever language this is annoying.
From what I understand, I do think this fake language. I mean, that's not even the right word to call it. Like, I think it is fully fleshed out because I want to say it's an odd header video that talks about there's a really weird Easter egg in one of these games where the fake language has some like really dark poetry in it that's taken from like a real life source that's not appropriate for the age of rating of the game. Kind of
I
thing.
believe it.
Yeah, I'm gonna defend this one. I think in context this is fine. This is fun. I would not listen to this outside of that context. I would not
Yeah.
go out of my way to listen to it.
Yeah, that for sure.
But I'm gonna go with the. Oh god, I can understand why it's on the list. I'll put it that way. I totally get why it's on the list. I'm not sure if it should be on the list, but I wouldn't argue about it being on the list.
I like Klonoa, by the way. I think Klonoa is cool and cute, and the soundtracks are generally good. This song does not work for me in any way, shape, or form. This one legitimately drives me up the fucking wall, and I've definitely been poisoned by people defending it in ways that do not cotton with me, in ways that I find aggravating, tedious, or just frustrating.
No, it's a really minor thing, but like the heavy like echo on the voice performance, I think is a like
Detriment.
ruins it a bit for me.
Yeah.
Like yeah, it's a weird choice.
So is that 2 votes for shouldn't be on the list, or that you both?
No, I'm in more agreement, but there's bits of it I do like.
I am very faintly leaning towards shouldn't be on the list, but I totally get why it's on the list.
Okay, that's all I ask, is that people understand where I'm coming from with this one, because God, to me that is just like poison. To me that
Listen,
is just so fucking annoying.
I'm cool with it, but I get why it would be annoying.
Well, that's as much as we need to say about that one, I think. It's not enough for the people who are going to be inevitably still mad about it, invariably still upset with me about it. But there's no pleasing all the people all the time. So we are up to the penultimate song now. on this playlist. We are finally nearing the end of this journey of sight and sound. Next up is the song for speed skating in winter games on the NES. I uploaded this on Christmas 2019. Happily holiday, I write in the description.
I don't know where I heard this before, but yes.
You heard it when your NES game that you were playing broke, when the cartridge got corrupted and it started spewing out random notes.
Okay, well, I know it's not on here, so I can reference it. I wasn't sure if we were going to see any Game.com or Gamecom music.
No, because ripping that right now is...
Yes, yeah. The emulator's not quite 100% accurate. But I always think of, Uncle Derek's video on it, Stop Skeleton's Flying, where he covers the Sonic soundtrack and he starts doing the point in time with the music. And that's what it fits this.
Did I write that one? I don't think no, I didn't write that one. I wrote the Zebo video and I wrote the N-Gage video. I did not write the Gamecom video. So I have to remember these things sometimes.
I think it's the with Sonic versions videos. That's where that's from. So that's Gamecom, Game Boy Advance, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to walk away. Pac-Man was trying to use a jackhammer outside my room. What did I miss?
That one's fucking annoying, isn't it?
Yeah, that was just... I mean, that song, except for the da-da-da, it's just entirely jackhammer noises, as done by an Atari 2600.
But on the NES.
Mm-hmm.
But on the NES, yes.
Yeah.
Belongs on the list?
Yeah.
I have to wonder if that was designed to annoy.
I don't think it was.
That's the sound of speed skating. They're emulating the sound of the skates because they go.
We finally move on to the last song, finally closing this stream out. And the last one is, of course, a joke song, so it ends the playlist on something of a contentious note for people in the comments that are just like, well, it's supposed to sound like this. This is the main theme of the 3DS downloadable title, The Legend of Kusakari, which itself is a bakage. It is a joke game where you play as the royal gardener in a Zelda-like game where your job is to cut down weeds. Like, how you can cut grass in Zelda? Well, have you made an entire game based around that mechanic? And that's what this game is.
Okay. Okay, I think I've heard of this.
You can even see the horn player highlighted here. In the description is when I actually link to a developer interview where they talk about why it's deliberately annoying.
I was a bit taken back by the name of the composer for a sec.
Oh, Scat Godo?
Yeah. Spelled with a C, I have to emphasize.
Only one band member is out of tune, and he joins the band for a certain reason. You may know the reason if you look at the out-of-tune band carefully. The band member has a feature which is similar to someone important in the game. So saith the developer. There's lore reasons why this song sucks.
Much like the basement theme of Resident Evil.
You'll be ashamed of your words and deeds when you recognize the reason for this horn player being annoying. Anyway, comedy song, deliberately bad.
That's a fun one to highlight, though.
Yeah,
I like that. It
was an obscure cut. It was I think I saw the trailer for this game, and all the comments on the trailer were just like, "What the fuck is that horn?" And then I actually bothered to play the game and understand oh, it's a joke game and it's a joke song. But I still saw fit to put it on the playlist, share it with the world. Does it belong? Debatable. Probably not. I'm leaning towards probably not, because it is so jokey in such a way. But it could also be deliberately annoying to people. I can see people hearing it and being like, my ears. So I don't know. I can go either way.
Yeah, I could see either way. But that's fun. That's fun as a on purpose annoying kind of song, and it's not so annoying that it's like completely unlistenable. It's just
Yeah,
goofy.
strikes a good balance for sure. Yeah.
Well, with that, we finished the playlist.
Finish the playlist.
Took us 4 hours, 48 songs. Let me go wrap us around. I want to show up on the other side of the screen. Why don't we? Do I have this right? Because I do want to give some final thoughts. I know that this has already gone on too long, but we're going to go on just a little longer just to address a couple points.
Oh, hang on. I've hacked the space-time continuum, and I'm reading a YouTube comment from the future that says, "Why isn't the Donkey Kong rap on here?"
Is that a comment that people would leave?
Well, that's a comment Johnny's about to leave.
No, I just wanted to bring that up because that's a song that's like famously brought up as bad, and it's like, yeah, that's the joke.
DK Donkey Kong
Like,
is here.
I think the legit thing people would
fuck.
I think the legit thing people would ask is, where's Crazy Bus?
That's
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
And
wrote the
where's
article
Crazy Bus?
on
We
it.
didn't upload it.
Yeah, I didn't get around to it. I didn't upload it. I didn't feel the
when I
need.
think of like the mainstream ones that get labeled, where it's like, yeah, no, but it's meant to be like an intensely cheesy bad one.
Yeah. If there's any bad game songs that we missed and you're wondering why we missed them, it's because we're just going on the ones based on our channel.
Yeah.
We are only doing the ones that we've uploaded, and if we didn't upload it, we didn't do it.
Oh, yeah. Pro Strike 92 says it's a low hanging fruit target. Yeah, that's the exact thing.
One I did want to get around to, one that I intended to, what would have been like the last one or would have gotten us to 50. There was that future Aero Racing S Ultra game on Switch, that F-Zero Wipeout like, that has the "Nothing's Gonna Stop Me Now" song on it that was going around, so I would have included that. Evergrace Buying from the Shops at Palmyra is another classic one. I can think of like dozens of songs that I could have potentially added, but I just didn't get around to. That I didn't.
Yeah, imagine Ancient Roman would be on there.
Yeah, Ancient Roman would absolutely be on there, knowing of it now, and I would have put fucking Mermaid Town theme on there for sure.
Yeah, the one I was thinking of, and I don't remember the exact name of the game. It was a DS or 3DS Yoshi game.
Oh yeah, Yoshi's New Island that has a similar type Kusakari core. It just play a riff on that last song that we listened to. But yeah, at a certain point, these videos did not blow up contemporaneously. The getting lots of views on these videos came later, after they had sat around the YouTube channel for a while. It was not translating into viewership or readership on the website, so at a certain point I stopped. And I don't regret stopping. I didn't want to become the bad game music uploader. I didn't want that to be like permanently part of my list. I guess it is now. I guess ultimately I fell for the trap. I guess ultimately a lot of people come to this channel still just to listen to those uploads and to not consume any of our other content, despite my best efforts. That's fine. There are people who just want to find bad game music and don't care to watch bad game streams or read overlong articles about bad games, whatever. But the people who still want us to continue uploading those songs, I don't know. There's fucking other people doing that shit. Go find other playlists. There's plenty now at this point. There's plenty of videos of people reacting to bad game music, including videos off of that playlist that we just listened to, off of our playlist, off of our uploads.
And Siva Gunner has the highest quality rips if you're looking for video.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But, ultimately, I still think it was, I still think bad game music is funny and interesting, and I'm glad that some of the deeper cuts that we were able to represent there, some of the editing choices I made and gameplay choices I made still kind of crack me up a little bit, I'll admit, so I can pop myself with some of those. But, I'm glad we got around to doing this, even if it went way longer than expected. I do want to, here at the end of all things, in our tradition of our variety shows, pick a best and worst of the nights.
I don't remember.
Yeah. Can you link the playlist just so I can refresh?
Yeah, just to scroll through the playlist on your own sums, and you tell me if any pop out to you of the best and worst songs of the night.
Okay.
Well, okay. I think best of the night for me is Sonic Spinball. Still, I really love that song. Like, unironically. Worst. Come back to me on that.
I think wouldn't you have picked Super Hang On the ZX Spectrum? I feel like that one hurt you the most.
Which one was that one again? We're in the list. No, that definitely doesn't help. Well, I said my best. So I want everyone else to say their best first, and then you can come back around to me.
All right, Johnny, what was your best?
Okay, so the caveat here is I think it's the best in spite of itself and just how out there it was. You know, because there were some that were maybe like, oh, this is like contemporary good, or oh, this is just a technical issue that's holding this back. That Oriental Hero song is still with me. Like that one is like it's just something about that one going between the Sims and then the like the hard, heavy gabba like bass drum hits. Like I can understand why someone would listen to that and be like, oh no, this is horrible, this is annoying. But again, like I mentioned, I've listened to a lot of music that gets incredibly experimental, like a Locust, like a Gex, and that kind of stuff. So it appeals to my specific sensibilities.
Okay. All right. Actually,
bad
I'm
though.
changing my best. And now that I'm taking a look over the list again, I actually think my favorite is Night Trap. I think just in terms of like just listening to it, like the Night Trap song is very campy fun. Well, not of its era, of slightly before its era, to be honest, but of the era it was filmed. But no, that's a good campy fun one. And I am ready with my worst because yes, it is Super Hang on the ZX Spectrum. I went back to double check what that one was. Yeah, that one's the worst.
Yep, that's fair. Let me share my best. My best is the Kid Stuff Records Donkey Kong record. It's the closest to real music. It is real music for the most part. There's some genuinely good songs, good, like, you know, interesting 80s rock on that album that is worth a listen. If I have to pick one that is like purely video game coded, one that is actually made for a video game, I might give it to that Violent Storm song. That Feel My Power, just because it puts a smile on my face. Or maybe like no, that's what I'm gonna go with. I'm gonna go with that. I like that as a pick for like something I would actually listen to and enjoy. All right, worst. Johnny, what's your worst?
Okay, I had to think about this a bit, but I think the one I'm gonna go for is Flying from the NES version of 1942. And I think the reason I'm going for that is though there were some that were worse because they were on, you know, like weaker hardware, like the Castlevania, Vampire Killer. I think you're getting the worst out of the NES with that one. You could do a lot better, and that one is just like, you know, it's the static noises tend to be a snare with just the high pitch trilly, you know, like hitting that like frequency that starts to hurt, Morse code beeping.
Yeah.
Like that was probably the most painful one for me, probably just because of the way you mixed it. The ZX Spectrum Super Hanon was it like it maybe in the original context that would be the worst for me, but just in experiencing this playlist, I think it was that one was the one where I was like physically the most affected by it in a bad way.
That is fair. My pick for worst is Klonoa 2 fucking stepping win. Fuck all y'all. Suck my dick. That's what I have to say to all the people who have ever commented on that video and sent me death threats. Just for you motherfuckers. Go to hell.
It's not very puru of you.
What's your real pick?
My real pick is
Wahoo.
probably Super Hang On. I mean, it is just unlistenable. It is so abrasive in all the ways that I truly despise and hate. It is truly painful to listen to. Though I might also give it to that fucking We're Not Gonna Take It cover. I find that offensive in the sense that it is such a shitty cover and it goes on for so fucking long that I kind of hate it.
That's probably the worst one where there's no technical issue with it.
Yeah, it's just a
like,
bad
it's
cover.
not old hardware. It's just
So yeah, that covers the bases there, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I think that means we're finally free.
Woo.
We're finally done. Nothing left to do but say, folks, thank you for sticking with us, bearing with us, for enduring 4 hours of bad game music. Really like an hour and a half stretched out to 4 hours. If you just listen to that playlist all the way through, it is not that long by comparison. But we found a way. We found a way to stretch it out. And hey, Tommy made his little cameo again after Mick and Mac, or whatever the game he composed for was. There he is. Video Games Live, folks.
Bumble Gladiators.
Thank you for tuning into this live show if you're watching it live. If you're watching it on YouTube, thank you too. Thank you for giving the Bad Game Hall of Fame a watch or listen. Thank you for enjoying the Bad Game Music Hall of Fame. If you're coming from there, if you're someone who discovered this channel because of those Bad Game Music uploads, hopefully this is a nice full circle moment. A nice bit of closure on that for you. Maybe we'll come back and listen to more Bad Game music on stream as a segment at some point. I feel like we can maybe get some mileage out of this idea again. Cover some of the songs we didn't get to in the Bad Game Music Hall of Fame days, but we'll think about that. We'll workshop that. We'll come up with an idea for that in future, maybe. Depending on how well this does, I suppose. But that remains to be seen. Hey. We have a stream schedule. We should take a look at that real quick. Not to, date this video in such a way. I would like this for just to be evergreen in some capacity. But we just had a Patreon poll wrap up. Our next Thursday playthrough, the results are in, tabulating votes from across Patreon and our Discord server, discord.gg/bjhof, the Patreon Saints channel. Our next playthrough, beginning on Thursday, will be The Sopranos: Road to Respect, the winner of our games based on TV shows poll. So tune in for some fucking gabagool on Thursday. Saturday, we still don't have something determined for Saturday. We got to figure that out. We're going to stream Saturday. For sure, we'll be streaming on Saturday. I just don't know what yet. So tune in. It'll be a mystery. We'll know by Thursday. With any luck. Monday is our Casual Mondays time slot, where we play games that are not so bad. Chill conversations, chill vibes. Please consider tuning in for that. If you enjoyed the casual-esque nature of tonight's show, you'll probably like our Casual Monday show, which does not go up on YouTube, mind you. That is the VODs are on Twitch for the 2 months that they're up on Twitch, and they go to the Patreon as an exclusive perk for our patrons. Well, I can feel my throat going. And Tuesday, I have no idea what we're doing Tuesday yet either. We'll figure that out too. Maybe a playthrough, maybe Friday night. Who's to say? We always figure these things out at the last possible second. So look forward to it, whatever it is. Hey, if you like what you saw here tonight, consider joining our Discord server, discord.gg/bjhof, a community of connoisseurs. Come talk bad games, bad game music. Talk good games, good game music. Talk real music. Talk about things that aren't video games. Talk amongst yourselves. Talk to us. And we also have a Bad Game Club on there that's soon to wrap up for the month of August, where we were playing Blues Brothers 2000 on the N64. I'm sure Johnny, who runs the Bad Game Club, will come up with a new game for the month of September soon enough.
Yeah.
Very good. Well, we'll get to that when we get to that. Hey, if you really like what you saw here tonight, you might consider financially supporting us. Pledging on Patreon, subscribing on Twitch, becoming a member on YouTube. Any or all of the above will grant you access on that Discord server to the Patreon Saints channel, where you can vote in polls like the one we just mentioned, get access to exclusive content, make suggestions that we actually heed, and be an appreciated and valued member of the community. We will personally recognize you and thank you for keeping this goofy show going, helping keep the lights on, so to speak. And hey, if you can't financially support us at this current juncture, we completely understand. You may consider sharing videos off of our YouTube channel with folk you know. We have our whole archive up on there, and in particular we have a suggested viewing playlist that is 20 handpicked episodes that we think make for good onboarding onto this show of ours. Or maybe someone who has 4.5 hours to spend listening to people talking about video game music. If that sounds like someone you know, send them this video, why don't you? We leave it to your discretion, dear viewers. I don't think we need to raid this late at night. I don't even know who would be streaming at this point, truth be told. And then my voice is gone. My energy is gone. So let's just wrap this thing up, why don't we? Thank you one last time for tuning in. I have been Cacophonous Cassidy.
I've been Quarter Note Sharky.
And I've been Johann, Beethoven, Wolfgang, Mozart, Johnny Baghead.
Very good. Thank you one last time. And for now, from the Bad Game Hall of Fame and the Bad Game Music Hall of Fame et al., bye!
Good night, everybody.
Toodles.